The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shocced going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money to buy from other men? This is a man's world.
Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I don't know why it's set up like this. Hold on, let me fix this for y'all. I don't know why it's like that. There we go. Okay. So I'm on a different StreamYard tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Crummer. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Shay. She'll be playing in the background. Still at her place. And on the season 5, episode 6, part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 2. And those are Karen, white woman receives over $500,000 in GoFundMe for calling a black baby nigger. Then from hate to hero. Then Shiloh Hendrix, alleged sister, says she's not apologizing for saying a word, claims victimhood. Then father kills a cop, killing his son. Is this true justice? Rodney Hinton Jr. didn't let cops intimidate him in court. He looked them right in their eyes. FBA says he was shocked. The majority of EBT users were them folks when he worked at Whole Foods. Will Trump's baby boom policy increase birth rates or black births? DeSantis, otherwise known as the Satan, the panties, failures and scandals turned GOP against him. And of course, last but certainly not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics for this for tonight. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the chat, including Jay Millies, who's live right now. Should be coming over when he's done. And Kookeezy, who does the intro track. Also, please support the GoFundMe that Lady Shay set up. And I got the description, the disclaimer, rather, copyright disclaimer. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, or politics, sex, war, and religion. And some say health and nutrition. Shout out to Nelly Fuller Jr., may he rest in power. And then we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival to prevent white genetic annihilation. That was from our master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. So yeah, we're gonna hop right into it. So like I said, there's Karen who raised $500,000 for calling a black baby bad N-word with a hard ER.
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. It's your boy Black Star. Make sure y'all come and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Make sure you hit that Cash App as well. Family, what's going on, man? I want to show y'all this story. And there's a couple of reasons that I feel some type of way about this story. One is that she has gotten over $500,000 to her GoFundMe after calling a black baby the N-word. So I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna show 2 videos, one of her, the incident that happened, and then another suspected white supremacist female who has her back. Because that's one thing I will say about white supremacy. They will definitely support their people. And not talking about no fucking, oh, I hope you get better. I hope everything works out for you. Nope, they put dollars behind their support. Now here we go.
The child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him an. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say. Nobody digging into your shit. A little kid, you call him a. A little child? Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child, 5-year-old, the N-word. That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech, and you can be recorded for that. Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Right.
See? Now watch this, family.
Did you call?
This is the second one.
There's mom Shiloh Hendrix going viral on the internet right now. She told a.
Here we go. 1 second. I'm sorry, family.
There's mom Shiloh Hendrix going viral on the internet right now. She told a kid who, by the way, when you actually look at the picture, the kid is like pretty decent sized child. He was rummaging through her bag and stealing her children's, I guess, toys or whatever out of her bag. She tells him to fuck off, essentially, which when you look at the video, the guy filming the video, he's a Somali, Hassan, whatever. This is whites having enough of it. We're sick of being bullied in our own country. And now he's trying to get her life ruined. He's like, oh, this is hate speech. There will be consequences. I'm sorry. This is America. You have free speech in this country. This is white people finally being fed up with this. And the fact that we have brown people trying to take away white people's rights in a white country when we have the Constitution and freedom of speech, and they come from their countries where you can be locked up for hate speech. This is just disgusting. This is everything wrong with immigrants. This is everything wrong with brown people in our country. And this is why we need to kick them all out. This is white people's country. This is a white country for white people. These people are not welcome. And I'm glad to see people are finally standing up. So stand with her. And everybody's trying to, put on her and spin the narrative and ruin her life. But if you can give some to her, because W mom of the year.
And that's when that's when she stands on ground. She said, and I'll say it again. She said, he is blah, 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 blah. She said he was stealing out of my son's diaper bag. What is the problem? What am I missing? In the video, the woman apparently carrying her child away answered yes if she called the youth a slur. And she said, I'll say it again. He took my son's stuff. So this illegal immigrant asked mother if digging through her child's belongings at the park, which is what the mother said the boy had done, would justify using the racist word against the child. The woman responded with, if that's what he's going to act like. Oh. Listen, how can you be mad at her? How can you be mad at her? I love it. I'm eating it up. I'm like, yes, this is what we need. I'm so sick of this shit. First of all, where are your parents? Second of all, why are you involved in the conversation where you're just as bad as the child because you're here illegally? So you have no skin in the game because you're wanted by ICE right now, fam. Mind your business. That mother's raising her son to be respectful. And if his parents, who was caught stealing, was doing the same, this incident probably never would have went down. So it is a parental problem. You have no right to have a child and drop them off at a fucking park. It is not society's responsibility to take care of your hellion. It don't matter if you're 5 or if you're 15. If you're going through somebody else's personal belongings and taking something out of them, that is a robbery. Maybe they should have took him downtown and gave him a little ride along to the county jail.
I'm sure we all recognize this woman and we know what she said to the child on the playground. I think we can all agree that calling a young child any sort of derogatory language is probably not the most Christ-like. But she has raised almost $1 million.
Wow.
Why? The pendulum swings, and when we swing too far to the left, we start swinging back to the right on specific issues like race. So I'm sure we also all know who this is. This man killed someone. Okay, she called a child a bad word. He killed someone. They both have raised about the same amount of money. On the same website, by the way. This website is called Racist and Anti-Semitic and all of the words. But this website has allowed both of them.
See, it's funny because GoFundMe wouldn't even allow them to have that, but GoFundMe definitely was able to get George Zimmerman his money, Daniel Penny his money.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I don't like this. I don't like this, and this is why I really don't like it. I'm gonna keep it real. This is my gripe. Man, me and my peoples put out a GoFundMe. We got $10 whole. And people know we got a tape of this dude confessing of penetrating kids. One of us he confessed to, bro. No help. Fam, this is sad, bro. Yeah. This is sad. And that's why I say, like, yo, at the end of the day, one thing I will say about white supremacy, I don't even know who this one person is who donated. His name is, yo, thank you, brother. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I think his name is Jermaine Smith or something like that. Have no idea who this guy is. Donated the $10. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
We had this up for like 4 months. Literally got $10, bro. This white girl literally called a black person an N-word and got $500 grand. 500. Yo, Dr. Claude Anderson calls this inappropriate behavior.
Yep.
That's a fact. That's a fact, fam. Yep. Nobody wants to hear congratulations. Oh, you got. Hope you guys get every dime. Like nobody wants to hear that shit, bro. That shit not gonna get us no justice.
So they'll deny it all.
Bro, the money gonna get you the justice. That's a fact. We live in a capitalistic society, bro. Nobody wants to hear all that warm-hearted sayings, nigga.
Right.
That shit ain't gonna do the job, bro. And again, shout out to my brother Marcel. He hooked me up, this black lawyer. And again, ain't his fault. Yo, son jerked me for $3,000. Straight burnt me for $3 grand. Yo, family. This shit is sick, dog. Yo, I be wanting to say so much, but like I'm not gonna turn this into, you know, I don't really want to turn this into me, but yo, man, shit is crazy, fam. It's crazy how this woman is like set, bro. If she lost her job, it don't even matter. 500,000 about to get her litty. What you mean? Ain't no, these white people ain't saying, oh, I hope that you find another job. Oh, I hope that everything is okay. No, they ain't saying none of that shit. They don't even know this white girl and they sending her bread. Man, I'm trying to tell you, this is inappropriate behavior, bro. It's inappropriate behavior.
Kid who, by the way, when you actually look at the picture, the kid is like,
when someone needs some help and like, yo, what are we talking about here? How the hell does she get 500 grand and the nigga get $10? Literally from one person. Yo, it is what it is, family. But I'm just saying that this is inappropriate behavior and they always are going to win because they always got each other's back. They always got each other's back. Bro, I did a store, two people bought from that shit. Literally 2 people. One person I know, the other person I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy work. Like Cito always says.
I'm selling books. Yo, I got books for sale now. I got 2 books. Like, bro, look. I'm waiting for the little hardback and the paperback for my premium track. But I also got the book Judicial Warfare: Unmasking the Psychological, Economic and Judicial War on Foundational Black Americans. Make sure you go cop that book. You can go to Amazon and pre-order it right now. Pre-order the online version for $10. The paperback is $25 and the hard is $30.
Yep, they on code.
You feel me? Family, I'm not out here just asking a person to just give me some money. I'm going to do shit, but at the same time, man, we have to support each other, bro. How the hell we like not supporting each other?
Right.
Whatsoever. We talking all this super black, pro-black stuff, but then no matter what a person does, it's like, yo, it's so hard to get people to try to come through for you or do anything that's going to like, yo, change the situation. White people, they don't do none of that whole uplifting with words, nigga. They put their dollars behind they cause.
Yeah, they put their money where their mouth is.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is. I know everybody ain't got it, but damn shit, nigga, $1, $2.
Right.
That shit goes a long way when a whole bunch of people does it. You feel me? It goes a long way when a whole bunch of people does it. But see, what really people are waiting for you to get a little go, and then I'll donate when I see other people start doing it. Like, bro, we can't move like that.
Right.
Like, we can't move like that. Like, we gotta support people when we feel like they got a cause. Like, bro, we trying to get some justice. It seems like everybody want us to get justice, but nobody want to help us get justice. It's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is, family. Listen, I just wanted to bring that to y'all attention. I felt like that was crazy that she got that much money in that little bit of time.
Yeah,
and a brother over here struggling for support. But it is what it is. Peace, love, and reparations. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and that share button. We about it.
All right, thank you, Black Star T 2.0. That's definitely some serious, crazy goddamn work. Oh, shit. Oh. I spilled this damn sauces I had in my pocket. Hold on, y'all. I just had an accident. Yeah, that's definitely some crazy ass work right there. This bug is so they're basically saying they're rewarding her for this shit. That's what they're doing. So we're gonna play the Twitter space next. That's what we did about this. Hate to hear. Yeah. This one right here. Because Tariq did a Twitter space last night about this. So we're gonna play that now.
Darling radio, like and subscribe. Darling radio, like and subscribe.
Before we get started, let me shout out some of the regulars in the building. We have so many people. There's a lot of people coming in. Damn, y'all coming in real fast, real heavy. We have the lovely Lauren in the building. I see Lauren. I see Yasmin. I see Jabril, Cha-Cha, the Earth Angel, Panamera, Chrissy, Brother 7, FBA, Shanae in the building. Sister Shanae looking lovely. Breeze 666, Obsidian, Jess, FBA Lamont, Kiara in the building, FBA Law. We up in here. Hebby, the Black Receipt, Drizzy, V Link Up, Rhonda, Miss Skyline Sweets, Tina, Ty Powell, Brother Highland in the building, Brother Highland Holmes, Trinity. We have Brother Maroc, Sir Mike, Black Views FBA, Hoodoo, Ernest, Grinds TV, Rashonda, Sister Brooke, McCall, FBA Rada, D Salon, FBA Black Boy, Brandon, and the legendary Tethanator. All right, so everybody give me a retweet and let everybody know that we're live right now because we're going to get into it. We're going to chop it up. Let everybody know we're live. What I do want to talk about, the main thing is, as you guys see, this suspected white supremacist woman, this lady named Shiloh, she's a white woman in Rochester, New York, who was at a park and started calling a special needs, I'll say allegedly, just for mainstream reasons, but allegedly, where she's on video doing it. So she's at this park calling a special needs, an alleged special needs black child, the N-word, just repeatedly calling this child an N-word. And there was a man who filmed, and a lot of the white supremacists are trying to deflect into the man who filmed, because it was some Somalian guy who filmed her. So they're trying to deflect into his alleged criminal record, which has nothing to do with this white woman racially terrorizing a damn child. Right. So the white woman, people found her information and put her on Front Street. So then she put up a GoFundMe. She flipped it. Not a GoFundMe, but a Give, Save, Go. So she flipped it, and now she's the victim. And she's like, oh, God, I need help. So all the white supremacists rallied around, and they gave her a lot of money. She got a lot of money. Now, a lot of this, we got to understand. This is them. I think the white supremacists think they're getting their lick back from black people supporting Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So I think this is them thinking they're getting their lick back by them supporting a degenerate, suspected white supremacist woman who racially attacked a child. But this is how desperate the white supremacists are. I mean, look at us in this year, this day and age. You got the white supremacists out here making a hero out of a degenerate woman who basically racially terrorized a black special needs child. Just unpack that for a minute. That's the mindset we're dealing with. And the cool thing about it, if there is a cool thing about it, the white supremacists, they're so desperate right now. They're playing their cards out in the open, which is always a good thing. When the white supremacists play their cards openly, they don't try to hide and use codes anymore. That's a good thing for us because that forces us to be on code. That forces us to be on code, and that never really works out for the white supremacists. It always backfires. But we just have to understand, and I'm not shocked. I mean, we talk about white supremacy all the time. This is what we talk about. We live in a system of white supremacy. White supremacy is a group sport. That's why we don't play that. Ain't no white supremacy. The hell it ain't. When you sit up here and you have white supremacists around the country making a hero out of a degenerate suspected white supremacist woman who calls black children the N-word. You know how cowardly and degenerate you have to be? But I want y'all to understand the culture of white supremacy. And we have Paul, and Paul is in here. He's a suspected white supremacist. And now Paul, what they do, let me explain how white supremacy works, because we're going to do a deep dive. White supremacy is not about intellectualism. It's about dominance. That's why when you have cases where white supremacist women and white supremacist suspects are targeting children, there's no intellectual retort to it. It's always going to degenerate into trolling. And I'll break that down in a minute. But Paul, let's hear some of your trolling, because that's all you're going to bring to the table. So Paul, go ahead. Let's hear some of it.
Tariq, are you sure you're not confusing me with somebody else, man?
No. What's going on, Paul?
Well, I was going to start with saying God bless you in your space. I didn't come here to troll at all. Okay. I actually came here to say, man, I'm so sad to see what I feel like our society is degenerating into. And no, it was terrible. I actually went into a space today because I think it was a JQ space, and they claim to be Christian, and I said, how is it Christian to say that this woman is based when she's saying racial epithets and curse words around children? Like, it's a terrible example. There's nothing Christian about it.
Okay,
And
there's another Paul, because there was another Paul in here the other day co-signing that. So there must be two Pauls. It must have been another Paul. Okay.
Tariq, you and I are friends, man. We get along. Like I can DM you right now, brother.
Right, but there was another Paul in here, so I kind of got you confused with that.
Yeah, I thought so. I was like, why would you think that was me? No,
okay, so you're the okay. Well,
I'm the one. I'm the one who talked to you about we got to go save the children and stuff a while back. But anyway, I just wanted to say God bless you, man. I'm just praying for peace, because what worries me is, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and you got to do what you got to do, and you got to do your space. And I get you, man. But I just want you to know there's a lot of us out here that absolutely. I just condemn racism, and no matter what form it comes in. And honestly, I was appalled to see that people give this woman money. Right. I'm over here, a hardworking man, raising my kids the right way. And you know what? I'm not going to be able to put a give, send, go and ask everybody to give me money, nor would I want to, because I work hard to provide for my family. And we're just heading towards that movie Idiocracy. And I hate to see it. You know,
right, there you go, man. All right, thank you so much, Paul. But
no problem.
Hey, but the thing is, listen, we gotta let's be very real. And y'all hear me talk. I talk about white supremacy all the time, and this is why I never let up on it. This is why I'm never fooled or tricked by it. This white woman getting all the support she's getting, I'm not surprised. Once you understand white supremacy, you come to expect certain things. I'm not surprised at all. It's just good that they're being open with the white supremacists. Nonsense with their white supremacy, because that's going to force more folks to get on code against it. Because understand this, you better understand how white supremacy works. White supremacy thrives on degeneracy. And y'all heard me talk about this before. All of the heroes of white supremacists are degenerates, every single one of them. When these white supremacist suspects call up and start talking about black people this, black people that, notice when I ask them questions like, okay, name your heroes who's not degenerate, they get stuck. They can't name anybody. You understand what I'm saying? The white supremacists cannot name any of their quote-unquote heroes who are not degenerates. Right. I'm talking about throughout history. Yeah, that's true. The people who they praised. Look around the country. The people that they have statues of, take a look at them. Oh my God. They're degenerates. You go down to Atlanta, there's the statue of Henry Grady. He's a degenerate. Yeah. He was a white supremacist degenerate. There's Confederate statues. They got Confederate statues in D.C., family. I saw that. They have like some Confederate soldiers. I forgot what park it's in. I have to look that up. But I remember being in D.C. and I saw they got some Confederate stuff up there in D.C. See, they love praising their degenerates. The Confederates were slave-owning degenerates. See, the thing is, you got to understand how white supremacy works. See, they don't. We try to look at them the way we look at each other. It's a whole different animal. See, white supremacy is all about myth making. It's not about merit. And we got to understand why, based on their history, they elevate past and present moral degenerates, lawbreakers, individuals who inflict harm on other people, especially people who are vulnerable. That's foundational to how they operate. So listen, first of all, violence against black people, that's the litmus test for heroism with white supremacists. That's the litmus test on how violent they can be towards us or how they intend to be violent against us. See, in white supremacist culture, moral character is irrelevant. They've thrown morality out of the window centuries ago when they left Spain for the first time. When they got the hell up out of there, they left the moral stuff alone a long time ago. What matters to them is how willing a person is to inflict harm, humiliation, and control over black people. Violence against Black bodies, especially vulnerable people, disabled, poor, children, whoever, women, that becomes the ultimate badge of bravery for these white supremacists. That's why, you know, vigilantes like the Daniel Pennies and the Kyle Rittenhouses. Remember, Kyle Rittenhouse, even though he hit white dudes, his alleged intended targets were Black people.
Yep.
And that's good enough. The white people were proxies for the Black people he intended to hit. That's why Rittenhouse was throwing up the little white supremacist hand signals and all that stuff. So he gets praise, and the white supremacists like that, they get praised because they acted violently against the quote right targets. You see, degeneracy that becomes justified through okay, hold on, man. I got somebody texting me. I hope it's not messing up my sound. Okay, I hope this is not messing up my sound. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Y'all still hear me? Because sometimes when I'm live and then folks start texting me, it messes the live up. Can you guys hear me? Everything good? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. If you guys can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Okay. We good? Okay. Just double checking. All right, just double checking. That's just double checking. I wish I could turn this off. Somebody's texting me. Wish I could turn off their texts, but it's whatever. All right. But like I said about the degenerate behavior of the white supremacists, it's all justified through anti-Blackness. If they murder Black folks, abuse, verbally humiliate, it becomes a virtue when it's directed towards us. So your immorality, that's overlooked. Immorality is an asset when it comes to them targeting us. And also you got to understand the culture of white supremacy, they reward everyday white supremacists. See, the white supremacists, the system don't need elite or institutional actors. They need the everyday average white person to uphold and enforce it. And, you know, you get the everyday degenerates, the soccer moms, the vigilantes, the trolls. You can turn them into heroes. And that encourages other ordinary white supremacists to engage in white supremacist behavior. It tells the masses, you don't need to be a saint. You just need to be loyal to the racial hierarchy. Remember, Kyle Rittenhouse was a goofy nobody. But the fact that he was willing to target Black folks and he got some white people by proxy who was defending Black people, that's good enough. That made him a hero. Daniel Penny was a nobody. Riding the subway, he was a nobody. He got to sneak up on another special needs Black person and kill him from behind on some coward shit, and he became a hero. They paraded him around with the president. You see what I'm saying? George Zimmerman, they treated him like a hero. And they still protect George Zimmerman to this day. They still protect him. So the thing is, being degenerate and projecting, because they like to project a lot of things onto us. See, white supremacist movements, they project all of their degeneracy onto Black people while hiding their own. See, they like to paint Black culture as criminal or immoral, and they're the ones who are the drug users, the alcoholics, the sex abusers, domestic abusers, pedos, the whole shebang. That's their culture. Look at who they elevate and prop up. People who attack children. We don't do that, and we definitely don't praise that. That's not anything that's praised within our society. So it's a lot of projection. You remember the other day I was debating a white supremacist, and he started talking about AIDS and all that. I had to gently remind him that that was something from his community. Going back to the 80s when they first started talking about all the AIDS cases, remember, it was a whole bunch of white dudes getting it. And then they had to start hiding that, especially with Liberace. For those who don't know, there was a white gay man who was a very famous entertainer. He was a queen, and he had AIDS. He died of AIDS. And they were trying to hide the fact because AIDS had become very popular by the late 80s, and so many white males were dying from it. So there was a stigma to it. So you couldn't have a stigma onto white people, especially white males. You can't have them with this negative cloud, this stigma on them. So they right after the 80s, they started revamping AIDS and they made it a black thing. But with Liberace, when he was dying of AIDS, they tried to claim it was something else. This is when we start seeing them say, okay, no, say that it's pneumonia. Say that it's some kind of kidney failure. Say everything but AIDS. No, don't. When it comes to white dudes, stop saying it's AIDS. And we saw them, late 80s, actively taking the stigma off white people and putting that on black folks. And there was a brother named Zeers Miles who wrote books during the late 80s, early 90s, very rare stuff. And I got one of his books. And he was talking about, this is a black man, he was saying how they were going to racialize AIDS and make it a black thing. He was breaking it all down. Now, this brother ended up dying mysteriously around 1995. But this brother was extremely deep. He was from out here in California. And he said that they were going to start making AIDS and coverage of AIDS primarily black. And he was talking about certain cures that they were going to hide, which is true. So it was some heavy stuff, but I digress as far as that. But the thing is, a lot of the stuff is projected onto us. And historically, many of the white supremacist founders, the people that they praised, the people that they put on money, the people that they put on statues, these were sexual abusers. These were sadistic degenerates, violent psychopaths. The Thomas Jeffersons, the Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the KKK, Andrew Jackson. I mean, these are slave owners and degenerates. And these are the people that we have on money. George Washington was a degenerate, a slave owner. They said that he had a baby by one of his slaves. That's been a rumor for a long time. We know Thomas Jefferson couldn't stay out of the slave quarters with his pants down. But George Washington, that was another one. So some deep stuff. They were degenerates from top to bottom. And they project all of that nonsense onto us. And they weren't moral giants. There was nothing moral about these people because all of their morality, it contradicted itself. All men are created equal, but you got enslaved people. So they were cruel enforcers of dominance. That's all that's about. See, white supremacy, it's rooted in insecurity, not nobility. You got to understand what roots white supremacy. The fear of genetic annihilation based on the potential of black people's genes and DNA. And that's the cause of the insecurity. And because they lack the moral and intellectual and spiritual legitimacy that we have, they have to constantly create symbols of dominance, rather symbols of virtue. So everything they do is based on lies, theft, fear, dominance. They elevate brutes and degenerates as symbols of strength. So everything is all about harming people. What kind of ways can you harm people and harm people collectively? You see. And also the thing about degenerates are easier to control and radicalize. See, the white supremacist machine benefits from promoting unstable or fringe individuals. See, just like this woman up here in New York, they're saying this woman has a criminal record, doing all types of degenerate shit. Some people are saying there was some drug use and just all types of stuff. Even with Kyle Rittenhouse, the media ignored images and pictures of him and videos of him beating up a girl at his school. There's a lot of shit that they went out of their way to ignore, all of his little degenerate behavior. You see, they look for the degenerate people within the dominant society because they can be flipped. See, these people are easier to weaponize because they seek validation and purpose. So, you know, the platforms like 4chan and Reddit and all that, they radicalize some of these lost individuals by offering them instant praise for their racist actions. And then they become foot soldiers for white supremacy because these are the nerds. These online nerds are the worst. The ones who can't really function in real life. So these gamers and 4chan nerds, people stay on the internet trolling all day. Those are the main recruits, you see. And white supremacy, you know, it really thrives on flipping the narrative, you see. And there's no such thing as a morally upright white supremacist. That's a contradiction. You can't be morally upright and simultaneously uphold white supremacy, which is inherently immoral. Because it ain't about race pride, it's about dominating. It ain't about race. What the hell do you have pride in? When people start talking about race pride, what the hell do you have pride in? What, cursing out a 5-year-old special needs black kid? That's the pride? You understand? What do you have pride in as a white supremacist? There's nothing proud. You take pride in bravery. There's nothing brave about attacking damn children who's helpless. Especially children don't even know that they're being attacked. They don't even know what you're calling them. You understand? It's like with Daniel Penny choking Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely don't even know what happened to him. A kid died without even knowing what the hell what happened. Remember, Daniel Penny got him from the back. He didn't even see his killer. You know how cowardly that is? Very much so. Excuse me, I have to take me a sip of water. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, there's no such thing as a morally upright white supremacist. So to praise somebody for supporting white supremacy, that requires you to redefine what moral standards are. You see. And their heroes are basically weapons. They're not role models. See, white supremacist icons, they're not meant to inspire ethical living. There's nothing ethical about them. They're basically meant to terrorize. See, they're so-called heroes. They're chosen because, see, they remind black people of our vulnerability in a system that protects and rewards abusers. You see, that's why they praise certain degenerates to send a message to us. See, that's the purpose of praising a degenerate, to send a message. So it's saying, hey, we're gonna protect people who harm you. We're going to support the people who harm you, no matter what walk of life they're from. It's real degenerate. And that's a part of their whole culture. Let me get some folks. We got a lot of people in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Shout out to everybody in here. So we got a lot of folks in here. Raise those hands. We got 1,200 people in here already. Let me get FBA Hannibal. Let's get Brother Hannibal in the building. FBA Hannibal, hop on, sir. What's up, brother? How are you, Hannibal?
So how you doing? How you doing? I don't know if you came across the video, the Asian man and the situation where he had with the Caucasian man when he choked him out and he was begging. It was just on social media. That was the first thing I wanted to point out. And the second thing, I don't know if you go ahead.
Okay, now what happened with this video? I don't know what the video you're talking about.
Well, it's a video. I don't know the context or how it happened, but it's an Asian man that's choking out a Caucasian man. I don't know if he out there in Asia, but it looked like. Go ahead.
Okay, I got to look into it, but go ahead.
Yeah, basically, it looked like the whole Daniel Penny thing, but the role was flipped. Now it's Asian choking out Caucasian.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
I got to look that up.
That was just the first thing. And as well, it came across my research of Albert Perry and his DNA. And he was from North Carolina in the 1800s, on how his DNA go further back than a lot of Africans by 38,000 years. He was in North Carolina in the 1800s, and they knew his DNA was more ancient than a lot of stuff, and they kept it on a low.
Now, what's his name?
I don't know if you ever. Albert Perry.
He's a black
of
man?
North Carolina. Black man.
Okay.
FBA.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up. That's interesting too. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, his Y chromosome goes back way longer than a lot of African DNA.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna look
Albert Perry.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up, brother. Thank you. All right. Let's get Brad Spliff. Get Brad Spliff in the building. Brad Spliff in the building.
Oh yeah. So first of all, I just wanted to say, after listening to you talk for a while, it's very evident why they don't want niggas to listen to you, bro. Number two, I find this very interesting considering this is directly and not too long after the whole situation with Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
And they call this fighting back.
Right.
So what are you fighting back against exactly? Black people using their right to self-defense in America?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That threatens them. I wrote a whole article on this. I'm going to drop a link, but I just wanted to say I understand why they don't like you, and this is not coincidental.
Oh, yeah. My brother, thank you so much. Man, listen, we got to understand something. See, the white supremacists, they get very angry in spaces like this, but they're drawn to these spaces. They love listening to these spaces because they're trying to figure out how to debunk us. Because in these spaces, we debunk all of that white supremacist gibberish. We debunk all that stuff. So their con game and white supremacy is really based on deception. And spaces like this, the deception, it don't work. So they are always monitoring our rooms, listening to us and trying to find angles on, okay, how can we get in here and deceive? How can we run game? And notice whenever we start debunking them, they get very, very ticked off. Because see, when we debunk them, that exposes the fragility of their narratives. See, white supremacy, it's all about historical dominance. It's not moral righteousness. So when Black intellectuals and influencers, when we start hitting them with hard data, peer-reviewed research, historic receipts, it tears down those myths and exposes white supremacy as weak, fabricated, and insecure. And also it challenges the Black inferiority lie. See, at the core, white supremacy is the lie that we're just intellectually inferior. But when Black intellectuals calmly, that's why when I'm real cool and calm, that really pisses them off even more. That's why I'm like that. That's my trademark. That's my signature. By getting them out of their body and making them crash out. Because the name of the game is for them to get you to crash out. They want you emotional, cursing at them. When you start doing that, they got you. Oh, when you get all emotional and you get out your body, oh, they love that because now they're in control. So you better learn how to flip that. See, I control these white supremacists by remaining very calm. And then by the time I'm done with them, they're calling me all types of N-words and jigaboos. And they're very pissed. God damn you, Tarek. Like last night, somebody called up, you goddamn, your black ass is a, what did he say to me? You black ass thug. Yeah, they were cursing me out yesterday. I was all types of black ass thugs and all types of stuff. Because their con games don't work over here. Yeah. And the name of the game is for them to trigger us. And when that doesn't work, that means they don't have control. White supremacy is about control. They like to control and dominate the interactions and the narratives. And when that don't work, they crash out.
Yep.
That's all you got to do. Don't follow their lead. Make them follow yours.
Right.
Because see, when you start doing that, you make them crash out. You debunk them. That strips them of their psychological high of superiority. So they get like a little dopamine boost from believing that they're smarter and more logical and more strategic. They can push your buttons. So yeah, they get off on that. That's what they did. They go around on the internet all day pushing people's buttons. They go in rooms talking crazy and then have you crash out and start cacaing and kikiing and giggling. You understand? And then go to the next room doing the same thing. You know, that's a part of their culture, racial antagonism. They literally get off on doing that. So when you debate them in a calm, cool way, that ego is destroyed. And then they're forced to really confront their own mediocre disposition. So that creates rage, not reflection, because they can never take responsibility. And see, when we start debunking them on our own terms, see, that forces them in an arena where they really can't win. See, that's what I always tell people. If you know your stuff, boy, you start debating these white supremacists on their ideology, you're going to win, because white supremacy is not based on logic. It's based on dominance. So what they do, they start getting into violent threats, trolling. Those are their comfort zones. But when you start trying to get academic and historical and logical, and when you know your stuff, boy, they lose power. Y'all be check out Nikki the God and Professor Allen and Wani's room. They be in there spanking the shit out of white supremacists. They don't stand a chance in there. They spank them. Yeah, spaces like that where you have black intellectuals who can cite sources and shut down the BS. Yeah, the white supremacists, they don't know how to operate in those spaces. And they don't know how to operate in here with me, because see, I can go both ways with the dialogue. I can go intellectual and whoop them, and when they want to get to trolling, I can out-troll them. That's the thing that really pisses them off. Because I start clowning back, and I'm better at it. So we can go either way. So then that frustrates them, because if you want to go the troll route and you want to start hitting with the jokes, all right, let's go. I'm going to get you on that too. Yeah. But the thing is, when we start debunking them, that shows that, it embarrasses them in front of their audiences. See, when black intellectuals, when we start exposing their lies in public spaces and in online debates, that humiliates them. Then they got to do damage control, name calling, gaslighting. They're trying to discredit our credentials and all of that stuff. That's what happened in that Myron Gaines room when I went in there, and it was about Myron Gaines and about 9 other anti-black racists, and I went in there and embarrassed all of them, and they're still mad to this day. Because they wanted to do a little trolling, and I can out-troll them, and then they tried to go intellectual. I out-intellectualized them and spanked them. And they've been pissed off ever since. See, when we start doing that, it shows that black excellence is not dependent upon white systems. You see, black intellectualism and intelligence, it can thrive on its own, outside of the white supremacist approval. See, they like certain individuals who are intellectuals, who's part of like the Boule class. In the Boule class, they'll go only so far with going in on these white supremacists, and then they'll realize, oh, I can't go too far because I got a white boss at my job. Now, some of us on the grassroots, we don't worry about that, so we can go all the way in. And then they really have a problem with that. Because see, we show that white supremacy is not rooted in merit. See, when a black thinker makes them look foolish, it reveals that the white supremacist status and their identity, it's not earned through merit or brilliance, but it's propped up by institutional bias and racism. And they know that. These people know that if it weren't for systematic white supremacy, they wouldn't be worth shit. White supremacy is a welfare system, and they know it. And then they start getting into the straw man arguments and all of that, and we can debunk that too, and we can never, that's one thing, never get into their straw man arguments, because that's a time-wasting tactic.
Put some rude work on you. Yeah. Put some rude work on, yeah. Put some rude work on you.
All right, y'all. So, from hate to hero. See, the white supremacists are rewarding this white supremacist behavior. Like Cuz said, Jay Millie, they are on code. They're getting on code. And now the sister of this suspected white supremacist, or rather white supremacist, is doing explaining for her sister, trying to downplay the whole situation. So I'm going to play that video next.
You know the story that everyone is talking about right now with Shiloh Hendrix, and you know that story where, you know, she called the autistic, you know, black, you know, 5-year-old child the N-word repeatedly, and even when she was filmed, and she kept doing this, and we know the anti-black racist has really came out and supported her, and given her, you know, over $600,000 at the filming of this video. That's when I just checked the Give, Send, Go. Well, her alleged sister has come out and she's speaking on the situation. And, you know, brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Yes, Shiloh Hendrix is my little sister, okay? The woman at the park that called the 5-year-old little boy with autism the N-word, okay? That's my baby sister. You guys have no idea what people are doing to our family right now. No idea, okay? They have threatened to dox Shiloh's address. They have threatened to dox my address. They have found out names of 3rd and 4th cousins that they're going to dox, okay? She clearly stated, when you act out, she's going to call you out. Okay, and none of you guys know the actual story. You don't know what was happening beforehand. Okay, Shiloh, my baby sister, is a beautiful woman inside and out. And her GoFundMe, do you know what she's doing? Do you know what she's doing? Not only does she have to relocate, she is having to pay for all of us to relocate. Okay, so this is not just free money. This never should have happened. Okay, you guys are being very immature. It was just a word. It's just a word. Why are you guys getting so bent out of shape over it? Like it really don't make any sense. Leave my baby sister alone.
Well, ma'am, your alleged baby sister started all this. See, your baby sister should have not said that to that child.
Exactly, Uncle.
And then you wouldn't have to relocate.
Right.
You understand? So if anybody is to be blamed, it is your sister.
Yeah.
Your sister could have, you know, went on with her business. She could have did what she wanted to do with her child, but your sister wanted to be an anti-black racist. And clearly you are too, because you said it's just a word. Why people acting this way or freaking out about a word? Well, I mean, it's just a response to a word, right? Why are you worried about it? It's just a response. You say a word, You can't tell people how to respond to it. A lot of you want to run around here talking about freedom of speech. No, see, when y'all say freedom of speech, let me tell you what freedom of speech really means for them. Freedom of speech is I can call you anti-Black slurs and nobody gonna do nothing to me about it. That's the true freedom of speech they're talking about. When they have accountability for their speech, then I don't have my freedom of speech. You have freedom to say whatever you want, but you're not free of the consequences. You're not free to be accountable of what you're saying. You're not free of that. And because you're not free of accountability and free of consequence, you feel your rights are being taken. Listen, your rights need to be taken because too many people in your community have said that word to mine and they have been on the inner ropes. They have been bombed. They have been shot. They have been ran out of their homes, their towns. Immense terrorism has been done to my people when y'all say that word. So we would never be okay with you saying that word. It's always going to be a consequence if you say that word. Bottom line, like I told y'all, we still got beef. Our beef has never been settled. Y'all the ops, straight up. Y'all chose to be. You still want to be the ops with Black people, right? Some of you want to be like, well, hey, let's move on. And then a lot of you don't want to move on. And clearly with that give, send, go, that shows right there that, like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the only thing that can really relegate things for us is separation. That's the only thing. We can't, like I said, nobody does things like them. Nobody. Her sister is defending her in what she's saying. And you saw in the caption, she's not going to apologize. We don't care if she do apologize. We don't care about that. She was in her 5 senses when she said it. She repeated it on camera. She knew she was being filmed. And yet she kept doing it. She did not care. So ever how people respond to is how people respond to it. And then I just think it's quite interesting that she got to move all of y'all too. Why she got to move all of y'all? I'm just interested. Sounds like to me, like y'all just trying to get free stuff off of her situation. But hey, it is what it is. You think that when you get money off of evil means that it's not going to have a consequence to it? Let's call it what it is. Every last one of them people that gave her money, they gave her money because she was being a rabid anti-Black racist to a 5-year-old autistic child. A child who could not defend himself against her being a grown woman. This is what they donate to. And I want people throughout the whole world watching this. These people will be trying to travel to your country in these summer months. They'll be going to Mexico. They'll be going to Jamaica or the different Caribbean nations. They're going to want to go to Cape Town, South Africa, or different other countries in Africa. They're going to be traveling all these different places. Will get on a plane and go to an African nation and don't like Black people. That's what I always tell people in Black nations, when they hit that airport, y'all need to be scrutinizing them, asking for their phones. And y'all need to ask for their phones so y'all can see what they're saying on social media. If you see any racism on their phone, get on the plane, get right back over there to America where you come from. You can't come here. We don't want no anti-Black racists in this country. Keep that over there. I really believe they should be checking their phones or what they saying on social media. Seriously. Because I mean, it's just they take that with them everywhere because it's their culture. It is a culture, ladies and gentlemen. It is a culture. They can't escape the culture. Their culture has been of anti-Black racism, violence, oppression, theft. That's the culture. We have documented evidence, global documented evidence of the culture. That's why they will never change, because it's the culture. That's it. They may kind of tone down a little bit when they become a minority, kind of like let's say, look at South Africa. they're a minority, so they kind of tone down a little bit. But when you give them an inch, they take them out because they that's the culture. The culture is no different. No matter where they at in the world, the culture is the same. And this sister of hers is saying that this is just a word, guys. It's just a word. Well, it's just a consequence to a word. That's all. It's no big deal, right? Maybe you keep your anti-black racism in your house, or let me give you another solution. Two solutions I'll give you. One solution, if you feel that way about black people, take the money that you're getting from Give, Send, Go. Move your family to a country that's 100% white, like in Eastern Europe. That way you don't have to deal with black folk. And if you do see them, it's going to be so minimal. It's probably like some African student or something that's there. But it's going to be so minimal how you see them. Okay? Listen, if I was an anti-black racist, that's what I would do. I would say, look, I don't want to be around them. In America, there's too many of them. So let me go to Europe. I'm going to move to Europe, and that way I ain't got to really see them. I don't even have to see them. I'm going to go even to the rural area of these European countries. I know I won't see them over there. And to live your life. Like, what's so hard about that? It's much easier for you to pack up and move to Europe than it would be to move black people around. And if you don't want to move to Europe, I know a lot of you don't, well, why don't you pack up and just go move to a state like Maine, a state like Montana, states like that. You don't hardly have none of us there, and just go be happy. I don't understand it. I would not want to be around people or subjecting myself to people that I just really have an issue with. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. This woman now has money to do it. Pack up and head on out. Listen, to all you anti-black racists who could be watching, that is the solution. Return to Europe. That's the ultimate solution. You're not getting this country back. Your numbers are dwindling. There's more blacks and Africans and Caribbeans here now. There's more Hispanics here. There's more Asians. There's more East Indians. There are more Arabs, and everybody having kids. And you're not. You're going to be the minority. Trump can't deport them all. I don't care what you say. Trump cannot deport them all. He's not going to be in office long enough. Even if Trump was to be able to deport 1 million a year, Trump not going to report he's not going to deport 1 million this year. He's not going to do it. That's why he's trying to get them to self-deport, because he can't do it. It's not enough of them. Trump gonna go do his 4 years, okay? He can't deport them all. 9 times out of 10, the Democrat gonna get back in. I got a great feeling the Democrats gonna get back in. If the Democrats don't get back in next year with the midterms, which I kind of see that happening, because people are pissed off at Trump. People that voted for him are going to vote for the Democrats. I see that coming big time. Right? It'd just be easier for you to just head on out, return back to the European motherland. And that way you could go build Europe up and make Europe great. How you going to make Europe great over here with all these other people? I mean, that's just like my suggestion. It's much easier for you to move to Europe than get rid of all these different groups of people who's in America. America is changing. The demographics is changing fast, and there's nothing you can do about it. So either learn to live with everybody or just pack your bags and head on to Europe. That's the only options you got. Pretty sure many of you have heard the story of Rodney Hinton Jr. His son was killed by the Cincinnati police. And the following day, after he viewed his son's body, he went and saw a deputy out in the road and decided to, take matters into his own hands and enact an eye for an eye with the situation. Of course, he was arrested. And I want you to see this footage from the courtroom, how these police showed up in there, like trying to intimidate Brother Rodney. And Brother Rodney, I want you to see how he responded to it.
morning, Mr. Hinton. Good morning. Please say good morning, Justice Security Hospital. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Anything as to probable cause? Yeah, we'll waive probable cause this morning. I submitted designations for John Kennedy and Timothy Bignell. They will be the attorneys of record handling Mr. Hinton's case. I'll be handling the arraignment this morning. All right, thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, anything as to as to bond, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, we understand this is a very, very serious, very terrible charge that Mr. Hinton is facing. He's a risk, but he does not have a history, Judge. He has no felonies in his record. Justice sentence was 1. He had no juvenile record. He works at UDF. He's married. He's a father. He's a graduate of Purcell Marion. I understand that this is an emotionally charged situation. I understand that Mr. Hinton's son may have been killed by the police earlier in the week. There was a review of that video. I understand that there is a lot of sadness and a lot of anger in this room right now, but in the community at large. And we just ask the court to set a reasonable bond in light of everything to allow the constitutional process to play out. All right. Thank you. Andy, you've given me a pre-trial services sheet. Is that right? All right. The court has had a chance to review that and has passed history. Is there anything from the state that will be prosecuted?
Yes, Your Honor. Ryan Nelson on behalf of the prosecution.
Can you give us more volume, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Ryan Nelson on behalf of the prosecution. What we believe that the evidence will show is that yesterday, on about the 2nd of May, the defendant was traveling, I believe, the eastbound on Martin Luther King Avenue at MLK, I believe, at Burnett Woods, at the intersection, I believe, immediately north to the rear entrance of the University of Cincinnati. The defendant stops his car. The defendant, in a way that was calculated and premeditated, lined up his car, deliberately accelerated his car, and purposely caused the death of an on-duty deputy sheriff who was doing a detail at that intersection. As such, we are going to be seeking indictment for aggravated murder, and we would request, in accordance with ORC 2937-222, for a no bond hearing. That rule requires that hearing be set within 3 business days, so we are seeking to set that date on the 6th of May of 2025, next Tuesday.
So court will now set no bond until Tuesday, when we'll review the statute for continuing no bond in these unusual and very tragic and terrible circumstances. Where will the defendant be housed, and will he be safe? And I ask that because he was transferred, as I understand it, to Clermont County yesterday. That's correct. On my order. That's correct. And will he be returned to Clermont County until Tuesday?
It's our understanding.
And you have a safe environment for him there in Clermont County? Yes, sir. You'll return him on Tuesday, May the 6th at 8:30 a.m. for a hearing at 9 o'clock in the morning? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. Yeah, for the record, we'd ask the court to put a bond on him now, but we understand that it's not a bond hearing. All right, no bond. Thank you. Thank you. We can hold him at no bond for 72 hours, yes, is that right? Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you so much.
You saw all those cops standing in there, and boy, them white cops was looking so angry and upset. Oh, they look like they just like, oh, can I string him up right now? And that brother just walked right by and looked at all of them in the eye. He didn't duck his head. He wasn't scared, any of that. You know what I'm saying? He like, nah, what do you want to do? You know what I'm saying? See, they are afraid of that. They're afraid of black people responding in that manner. See, when you had the civil rights generation, only thing they wanted you to do is just do right. Okay? When one of these old race soldiers took the life of a black person, they wanted you to get them arrested and have them put in jail. That's what they wanted, right? A lot of them were saying they forgive you for taking the lives of black people. That's what the civil rights generation wanted with you. This new generation, not so much. This new generation is really not about a bunch of praying and begging for y'all to ask for forgiveness and all that sort of thing like that. See, this father here, right? Think about all the years he saw black boys and young black men lose their life at the hands of these police. And it's always the same usual suspects, right? Taking the life of a young black man. And after years and years and years and years of seeing this, including what happened with George Floyd, okay? After years of seeing this, and Rodney would have never thought that would have been his son. After all these years, he didn't seen this. And he saw his son. Remember, this happened 2 hours after he saw his son's body and he identified his son's body. 2 hours later, he went and targeted the deputy. Now, some people may say, well, he should have went and got the guy that did it. In a perfect world, maybe some people would be correct. But some people clearly are like, if you take mine, I'm gonna take one of yours no matter who it is, right? That's just really what it is. Now, the folks would be like, everybody can't take the law into their own hands. Well, when you have the Republicans and the Democrats not want to get rid of qualified immunity to hold these police officers more accountable, and when you keep seeing these police officers get off of doing these killings on black people, you kind of create a Rodney Hinton. You kind of create that. Because some people are not going to sit up there and just let you take their children away from them without a response. I'm just saying. And if you look at the comments most people have for this situation, I'm seeing comments just across the board. It has nothing to do with anybody's community. A lot of people are having respect for him. I guarantee you in jail, a lot of people respect him. He's not the inmates don't have an issue with him. You understand what I'm saying? People probably making sure he good in there because of that situation. You see, black people, you know, they getting tired. They're getting so tired of things like this. And now they all in police up there looking at him, standing like, come on, the judge knew what they were doing. The judge would say, we don't need all y'all in here. Go somewhere with that. Especially standing that close to him. Why? There was no reason for all of them to be in there, but they wanted to intimidate him, like scam. Like that brother, like, man, and what? You know what I'm saying? They don't like that kind of courage. And the judge know that brother not safe, but they'll try to go in there and do something to him. That's why the judge said about his safety. It wasn't about his safety because of the inmates. The inmates are not the problem. It's them people in the jail. And then police is going to be the problem for him, not the inmates. Now, let's say, you know, someone say, well, he was running out of a stolen car. You don't know what was going on. There's been no investigation. And let's just go ahead on and say, let's play your game. Let's say he was still in a car. You do know if you are convicted of vehicle theft, the penalty from a judge isn't the death penalty. You know that, right? So taking someone's life for vehicle theft is not what a judge would have sentenced. So you don't get to just do whatever you want to do. You catch him, right? He didn't remember he was unarmed. He didn't have a gun on him. He didn't have a gun. The cop claimed he heard something, right? He heard a gun. Or you don't know which one did it. It was a bunch of them ran out of the car. How you know it was his? How do you know? How do you know? And let's say he did drop. Let's say if it was his. Did he point it at you? No, he didn't. He was running. He didn't point it at you. So I want to know what's going to happen to the cop that did this. And that cop should feel horrible right now because he took that young man's life and now another man that had nothing to do with it lost his because of what he done. So that's two people lives that basically he is responsible for. He did that. All he had to do was just catch him. That's the only thing y'all had to do. Y'all could have caught him because they can't outrun the radio. So y'all would have caught him, right? Just do some good police work. But no, you want to pull your weapon out and blast on the young black man. And now all this is going on now. And now people are saying, hey, Rodney Hinton's family, where's their give, send, go? A lot of people saying, hey, where's it at? We want to go it on and give him some money for a good defense. Because in my opinion, he should plead temporary insanity. Because he did this 2 hours after he saw his son's dead body. So it makes more sense to the temporary insanity defense, actually. Now, if he'd have waited 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and you could say, okay, premeditated. But 2 hours afterwards, that's where he can get the temporary insanity defense at, right there. If I was a lawyer, that's what I was trying to go for. Say, hey, he saw his son. He wasn't in a good mental state. He was angry. He went temporarily insane. When he seen that and he saw, this officer over here, and he targeted him, because he went temporarily insane. It wasn't premeditated. I would fight that all day long. If I was a lawyer to know it was not premeditated. Means you planned. He came just from, like, how can he plan that? How? He didn't know that officer was in the street. He didn't know anything. So how could he plan that? And that's just really what I would do if I was a lawyer. But where does his give sin go? Because plenty of people would definitely love to donate to his defense. You know what I'm saying? People are tired. You look at that Luigi guy, that went after the healthcare dude. People are tired. People are tired of getting screwed over by corporations. People are tired of getting screwed over by the police. People getting tired, and this is and I've been reading this from all communities. They're tired. Just treat people with respect. That's it. Treat people with respect in the healthcare industry with insurance. Police need to treat people with respect. Treat people human. Don't do anything to them. Because like I said, it's way more people in society than it is them. Okay, not the CEOs are moving their pictures and all of that. Look, you wouldn't have to do all that. Just treat people right. People pay insurance when they need it. That's just give them what they paid for. That's it. And you won't have a Luigi show up one day. You won't. And Luigi didn't have no background. Just like Rodney didn't have no criminal record like that. So you look at somebody who had no criminal record, and did something like this. I mean, it's some people just not gonna let you take their children away from them without a response. And so I'll tell the politicians, fix it. Get these police in control. Get them in control. Get rid of qualified immunity. That way they won't be so quick to fire on somebody. Because the politicians' fault. Y'all the one wanting to keep qualified immunity. It's the Democrats and the Republicans. It's both of them. You can't point that one or the other. Because when Biden was in office, he didn't want to get rid of qualified immunity for him. He didn't want to do it. What did Biden say? He was going to fund the police. He said, fund them, and fund them. He said that. That's the Democrats. So the Democrats cannot say, well, get us in there and we can get rid. No. Y'all had a chance. Y'all had a chance to do it. You were no different than the Republicans. Y'all both of y'all the same on that. But maybe y'all would get together before it gets out of hand. Because, I mean, you don't really want something like this going on both sides. You really don't. That's not good for society when people feel like they have to be, taking the law into their own hands. The law won't do the job it's supposed to do. And the deal is we got the laws on the books to prevent all this stuff from happening. It's just not being enforced. That's what it is. But it's plenty. Rodney got a lot of support, just as much as Luigi has support. So the only thing I'm saying about that is just stop killing young black men, young black kids. Stop doing it. Because this new generation, they're not praying for you. They just believe, as I can clearly see, they believe an eye for an eye.
don't know what's smoother. Yeah, you know, something you never get.
Nobody ever cares. What's next?
Maybe
What's next?
the same thing. They just gonna be up all damn night.
Anytime, cuz. You sleep for like the last 2 episodes.
Maybe.
Like the least the last
At
2
least I
slides.
can sleep, cuz. God damn.
Somebody gotta wake you up. You have a whole show going.
Maybe. So somebody gotta wake you up.
Stop. Just stop. Wouldn't have to babysit your show if you actually was awake.
Oh, you know, I was trying to go on earlier, Randy, but I had to.
Stop. Just do your show. Just do your show. I'm not bothering you.
All of
Just
us
keeping you awake so that the QP's going. Because you do have people watching, right?
Yes, man.
Okay, well, you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't know what this is sound. I don't know if this is a clip or what.
Of an 18-year-old captured on police body cam is connected to the death of an Ohio deputy after that teen's father allegedly hit him with a car a day later. Prosecutors say the attack was calculated and premeditated. Cincinnati PD responding to reports of a stolen Kia at an apartment building Thursday morning. 4 suspects then fleeing police. Among them, 18-year-old Ryan Hinton. Body camera shows Hinton fall as he tries to run away. Police say they heard a metal clinking sound they believe was a gun.
He's got a gun on your right, on your right. He's got a gun.
As Hinton emerges from behind a dumpster, authorities say another officer firing 4 or 5 shots.
The officer says that he saw the suspect point the firearm at him.
Yes.
Just 6 seconds passed between when police arrived and gunshots rang out. Officials say they tried administering medical aid. Hinton was struck twice and died. Investigators saying this gun was recovered from the scene allegedly found in Hinton's possession. On Friday, a day after that shooting and 2 hours after the Hinton family reviewed the body camera footage, according to the family's lawyer, a driver crashing a car into a Hamilton County deputy directing traffic near a commencement.
I don't know how shit she's familiar with.
Ceremony, killing him. The suspect, authorities say, is Ryan Hinton's father, Rodney Hinton Jr. Hinton's attorney calling the officer's death a horrific tragedy. At his first court appearance today, Hinton walked through a room packed with law enforcement. He's now charged with aggravated murder. With the Hamilton
trying to watch this clip before I even put him in the queue because this shit be acting stupid. Like, I don't know if he was having technical difficulties or what, but you can hear there's no sound.
Is not a nicety. It's not something nice to have for black folk. It is now an absolute necessity. If you do not get reparations soon, black folk, as I told you, are through. Reparation is not a nicety, it's a necessity.
Law enforcement institutions will respond. And the Tethanator, shout out to the Tethanator, shout out to Sister Empress. Let me get you in here, brother. Sound like you have a message you want to send. Maybe you're just doing it for attention. Marcel, what's going on, brother? Marcel, unmute your mic.
Yo, what's up, Tariq?
What's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How you doing? You remember me, right?
No. Where from where?
I've been up here a couple of times, but I got a question for you. I need to watch more of your movies, right? But
okay,
what's your stance on like people who because I argue with these white supremacists online too, like for fun, and I kind of find myself snapping back when people like try to categorize me as an African, right?
Right.
So, what's your thoughts on people like the FBA community, right, who's like criticizing and going after like Ryan Coogler for what's his name, the Sinners guy, the producer?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on people who completely deny their African like DNA? Like, is that a real thing or?
Hey, people gonna do what they do. It's a lot of people out there, man. I can't control what people say or do.
Right.
You know,
43 billion.
Yeah, it's 43 million FBAs, man. So some people gonna say something off the wall. Some people gonna say something on the ball. It just depends. Me, yeah, I have African DNA, yeah, but I have foundational Black American lineage. I don't have an African lineage, so that's why the other day I did a broadcast.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
I have what?
I mean, if you go back far enough.
No, I don't have no. Lineage is what you can trace, like with your paperwork. That's what lineage is. Paperwork, shared history.
That's lineage.
Yeah, that's a lineage. Lineage is that's something where your birth certificates, you can trace back very specific people, locations. Lineage is very specific. Genetics and DNA, that's vague.
Right,
That's very vague. So yeah, I mean, we got African DNA, but we have
one more thing. You know. So I was arguing with some white supremacists, and they was saying that it's like they listened to your spaces. They was talking about the ethnogenesis, and they were saying that after 75 years, they're foundational white Americans, and they wasn't like trolling either. Like they was really saying that foundational white Americans is the real thing. Have you ever heard of that?
No, yeah, they are trolling. Yes, they are trolling because they know that's bullshit.
They was like dead serious. Like they had this one guy saying he didn't follow you or anything. He had like a real explanation. They was like dead serious. Like they talking about foundational white Americans.
That's a contradiction. You can't be an immigrant and foundational at all. It doesn't work like that. You can't immigrate to something better and then claim you're the foundation of it. You're not. That logic contradicts that. See, you got to understand how the white supremacists are. They'll say anything.
Right.
Yeah. And they know it's bullshit. And they know there's no such thing as a foundational white American. You didn't found anything. You didn't get nothing popping. And most of them are immigrants. They immigrated here to something that was already established. So yeah, we're very, very different. They didn't really have an ethnogenesis like we did. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. A lot of stuff going on in here. We got a lot of folks in the room already. Family, where my Ohio people? Where my Ohio people? Where my folks in Ohio? You in Ohio? Raise your hand, family. Got to discuss Ohio for a minute. There's a case out in Ohio. There's a brother named Rodney Hinton Jr. the other day, his son he had an 18-year-old son. His son was killed by race soldiers. His son got killed by the police, 18 years old. Black kid. They said he was running from a stolen car, something. I don't know. You know, they say anything, but they killed this man's son. So Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr., the next day, he ran down a cop and killed him. He killed a cop. So a lot of them are like, oh, well, he's getting his lick back. So he got, you know, some people are saying retaliatory justice, but yeah, the next day he ran down he caught a cop at a traffic stop or traffic light or whatever and ran the cop down. So they did his arraignment up there in Ohio. I'm trying to see what city is it in. Cincinnati. It's in Cincinnati. So at the arraignment, they had him in court, and all the police showed up. The courtroom was saturated with law enforcement, basically surrounding him. And it was very performative. So it's about like 20 or 30 damn cops surrounding him in court. And it's a spectacle. It's a spectacle. And this happens. I only see them do this kind of spectacle when it's a black suspect accused of killing a white officer. That's the only time they do that. There's white suspects who they shoot cops all the time. They never do all of these little performative theatrics. They never do that. But when it's a black dude, yeah, they got to really go into theater mode. And let's break that down why they do that. We got to understand the mindset. See, law enforcement, they look at themselves as a racial protection class. See, a lot of police, the race soldiers, the white ones, they see themselves not just as enforcers of law, which they really don't, but they look at themselves as guardians of the racial and social status quo. That's their real job. Cops, if you look at it, cops don't really fight crime. Can we talk turkey? Look at what police do. They don't really fight crime. They don't really help crime-ridden areas. They don't help people in areas that are crime-ridden. They don't do anything. They really don't. They don't really stop crime. If we're going to be very honest. So what is their job? Why do they get all these big budgets? Their big budgets are for them to maintain the racial status quo. So the name of the game is to always press down on us to make sure we're in line, black folks, all across the board. So when you see a black man who's accused of killing a white officer, it's seen not just as a crime, but it's seen as an existential threat to the unspoken racial hierarchy that law enforcement has basically upheld since their inception. Remember, modern law enforcement came out of slave catching. So when you see something like an excessive courtroom presence of race soldiers, that's a ritual. That's them trying to reassert their dominance. And another thing they're trying to do, when they do that, they're surrounding this suspect in court. They're trying to institutionalize white supremacy. See, a lot of white officers, they frequently engage in like a lot of silent displays of solidarity to reinforce the notion that harming one white officer, especially at the hands of a black person, that's like an attack on the entire institution. So that tribalism, it's not really that visible when the suspects are white. And it doesn't trigger the us versus them racial dynamic. So the only time I see this is when they're doing it with a black person. And also they use black criminality as a spectacle. See, the criminal justice system, they've turned Black defendants into public spectacles. The chain gangs, perp walks, your mug shots all over the place circulating in the media. So the performative show of officers surrounding a Black suspect, that's part of that same tradition. The public shaming, the humanizing, that's a tactic that basically reinforces that image of the dangerous Black male. And, they really have to reinforce racialized law and order. See, when a Black man is accused of killing a white officer, see, the system seizes on that as an opportunity to reaffirm the law and order narrative. So they got to tame the Black violence. So they go extra on alert. So they got to do this performative grieving in order to justify harsh punishment. They've got to send a message. See, the police and the prosecutors who orchestrate these courtroom performances, they want to sway public opinion too. They want to sway jury perception, which is some bullshit. They appear all these cops surrounding this guy while he's being arraigned. So that makes the law seem more personal and profound to the public. And that's supposed to build emotional support so they can send down the harshest charges to them. You see, but doing that with white suspects, it don't trigger that same emotional theater. So again, when it comes to us, they got to really get theatrical and understand that these are media manipulation optics. These type of courtroom stunts, they're tailor-made for news cameras. See, they want to reinforce the visual of the noble officers versus the dangerous Black man. So they got to shape that public opinion before the trial even begins. So it's not about justice. This is about propaganda and optics. And look, there's an internal police culture of racism. See, police departments around the country, they've been exposed for harboring these racist ideologies in their ranks. They got white supremacist gang patches, white supremacist tattoos, racist Facebook groups, racist text that's being leaked all the time. So this culture influences how they respond to Black defendants. So this performative solidarity, it's not really about the fallen soldier. It's really about racialized vengeance. See, they don't want Black folks to get no ideas. So they got to send a message early. Because see, that's kind of this is the modern day lynch mob psychology. See, this collective show of uniform presence around a Black defendant, that looks like the lynch mobs. You there? That's the lynch mobs from the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. You surround somebody before you get ready to hang them up. So that's a psychological intimidation tactic. That's rooted in that whole racial terror lynching mindset. And listen, Black death, that's never enough. See, retribution must be public. So even though the officer, he's already dead and the suspect is in custody, the institution, they demand more than just legal justice. There has to be like a public ritual of humiliation. Like, you don't kill one of us and just go quietly to jail. We got to crush you symbolically. You see, they don't do that with white suspects who kill cops. They give them the same, they give them individuality and due process. But yeah, we're turned into spectacles. And this is to send a message to the Black public. I want y'all to understand this. They want to send a message so you don't get no ideas, because now there's an energy out here where people are tired of racial injustice, and people are just saying they're crashing out, like, we're just going to fight back, which is inevitable. There's only so far you can push people. There's only so far you can just keep creating a system of non-justice. That's why we keep seeing these cases where Black folks are fighting back. Carmelo Anthony, just so many other cases, Black folks are fighting back. And these white supremacists are getting more degenerate, just like the white woman who was cursing out that special needs black kid and all of these other white supremacists supporting her. So black folks are getting on alert, like, hey man, I got to defend myself by all means and defend my family by all means, or I have to crash out for my family by all means. So that's the paradigm shift that white supremacy has pushed people into, unfortunately. So what the white supremacists are trying to do with this case in Cincinnati, where this brother immediately got his lick back after his son got off by a suspected race soldier, they don't want that to become contagious. So they got to start getting into psychological warfare through optics. That's why surrounding this guy and being intimidating, that's for black people nationwide watching, to say, that's to say, hey, don't try to play with us, we're going to come down on you hard. But people ain't really afraid of that. You know, so the thing is, it's a symbolic message of collective punishment. Them doing all of that, surrounding the suspect and being intimidating, that reinforces that if one black person retaliates, the full weight of white dominant law enforcement institutions will respond collectively and aggressively, not on the individual, not just on him, but on the whole group. So that's the little message they're trying to send. And law enforcement, when they do that, that's them trying to act like the modern day slave posse. You know, white men banding together in public to show dominance against the black man. And it's legal theater. It's a lot of legal theater, political theater, and it's also reinforcing the racial contract. See, that's a reminder of the unspoken racial contract that state violence against black people is legal and normal. Black retaliation is exceptional and must be punished quickly and severely. So that's the message they're trying to send. Let me get Brother Twizzle in the building. Brother Twizzle from the town. What's up, Brother Twizzle?
Okay, what's up, T?
What's up, man? How are you, brother?
Man, happy Saturday morning, man. Or Sunday morning or Saturday night. But yeah, you were speaking on this incident. When you spoke on it, it made me think about an incident that happened up here. I think it was 07, 08. You ever heard of this name not called Lavelle Mixon?
That sounds familiar.
Lavelle Mixon was a young brother who got pulled over by a motorcycle cop.
Okay.
And when he got pulled over by the motorcycle cop, they surrounded him. So he jumped out and he knocked down 2 of them. And when they surrounded him, he shot 4 more. And when it all boiled down, he shot 6 and he took down 4 in one day, in one night, in one thing. And to some people, he's a hero up here because they had police up here beating, robbing, and doing people bad up here. You know, They had some police up here called the Riders, and they was infamous for planting dope on people, dogging people, and whooping them. And then when they got caught, one of them, his name is Vasquez, he went to Mexico, and ain't nobody seen or heard from him since. And here it's 2025, and we still ain't heard from him. So, yeah, check that out, man. His name is Lavelle Mixon, and he stood on business, and he wasn't going for it. And I'm saying this because when he did that, they took him out. And when they took him out, they tried their best to go after his family. They tried to go after his sister, saying his sister had a warrant from over so many years ago. They tried to do this. They tried to take his kids. Man, they was doing all kind of shit. But yeah, I just wanted to speak on that when you was speaking on this. I just want to put people up on game. Just look it up. His name was Lavelle Mixon, and he took out 4 of them in one night. Hey, I land my plane.
There you go. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, that's heavy. That is heavy. Let's go. Make it make sense. Let's get Make It Make Sense in the building. Make it make sense. What's up, brother?
What's going on, boss man? Hey, that's a nice suit, man. I appreciate you having me on.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually from Cincinnati, and Cincinnati, man, it's had a long history of, cops, racial profiling. It's a big part of the Cincinnati police force. I think it's gotten better, but who am I to say? I'm not a black man, facing these cops. But I do believe the cops aren't always wrong. and they're definitely not always right. You know, I've seen, especially out here in Claremont County, these cops out here. I mean, they do what the hell they want and when they want. I mean, they're just a kangaroo court out here. I swear, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't come to Claremont County, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like going to Claremont County. I go around Claremont County, but they don't like me either. But anyways, my point is this: we, as far as Americans, need to rise above the law enforcement and stand as a, you know, as an example of how a community should be, you know. And me, sir, I realize I look like a person that's been mistreated, mistreated a certain person because I'm white. I realize that, and I realize that they act a certain way, not because they know me personally. It's nothing against me, you know. It's against my color. So what I try to do is I try to kill kindness with weakness. You know what I'm saying? And some of them will get it, like, oh, this man's coming at me, you know, with respect, and I just basically disrespected him. But it's not like I'm going to be a bitch. But I'm gonna let him know I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, somebody has to be the bigger person, and it's not our fault that we look at each other in that way. It's a dickhead cop. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
But it's the dickhead cop that's pulled this man over, looking just like me, and told him to get out of the car. And when he says, "What did you pull me over for?" He grabs him, pulls him out of the damn car because he can. You know, that's bullshit. All I had to say is right, brother. You know what I'm saying? Right is right. Respect is respect. Everybody knows that language. You know, these cops that try to act like they act like they just don't know the law. They act like they get stupid when they're up, you know, to do time.
Yeah. There
Bullshit,
you go.
Man.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. There it is. Well, listen. A lot of people, you know, people are getting fed up with racial abuse. There's only so much racial abuse folks are just going to take. And we're supposed to take racial abuse. Our kids are supposed to be racially taken out. And we're told we ain't supposed to do nothing. We're supposed to just take it. And, you know, unfortunately, some people are just willing to crash out. It's a whole different vibe. Some people are willing to crash out. And let me tell you something about Ohio. I'm not surprised something like that happened in Ohio. Listen, Ohio has a whole history of standing on business like that. Well, you better study Ohio. Ohio, they have a long history of a revolutionary energy. Because look, remember, Ohio was a very strategic place on the Underground Railroad going all the way back to slavery. So there was a lot of activity happening on that Underground Railroad in Ohio. Ohio was a free state. And the thing about Ohio, it bordered slave states like Kentucky and Virginia. So that was a key escape route for the Underground Railroad. So you've always had rebellious Black people running in and out of Ohio. You understand? It was a major Underground Railroad. And you had Cincinnati, that was a big hub. Ripley was a big hub. You had Black abolitionists like our brother John Parker, who was a great inventor too. This brother was inventing a lot of things, but you had powerful Black inventors and abolitionists like John Parker, who was getting a lot of people to their freedom out there. You had the Black community out there rescuing people because, you know, you had a lot of fugitive slaves out there. And, you know, the white supremacists would try to come and get them and take them back to a slave state by using the Fugitive Slave Act. And a lot of the people in the Black community was like, no, you ain't taking nobody no damn where. And start whooping ass. There were a lot of race riots out there in the 1800s. There's race riot in 1829, 1836. Then there was another one in 1841, and Black folks said, fuck it. And Black folks started fighting back heavy and got them white supremacists off their backs. You better really study Ohio. I got a lot of family out there. I had a lot of family in Ohio, man. Look, in Ohio, that was also a early Black intellectual hub. You know, they had Black colleges like Wilberforce. That's one of the first Black colleges. So the students and the faculty, they emphasized political resistance, anti-slavery theology, Black nationalism. So that was an early Black intellectual hub out there in Ohio. And even in the 60s, around 66, I think I talked about this before. I think in one of my movies we talked about the Hugh Uprising. In 1966, the Black residents of the Hugh neighborhood in Cleveland, they rose up on the police out there. And then there was the Glenville shootout. There was a brother named Fred Evans. He started lighting them damn race soldiers up. Yeah. Look up the 1968 Glenville shootout out there in Cleveland. There was a bunch of Black nationalists. They got fed up and started popping them things off at the race soldiers. They didn't know what to do. Well, Ohio gets active. All right. Ohio is known for getting active. Let's get Freedom. Miss Freedom, hop on, man.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Miss Freedom, how are you?
Hey, did you go over that disgusting pig state trooper, Jeremy Plonsky?
Well, which one is he?
He's the one that the white state trooper who raped that infant.
Oh God, yeah, I retweeted that. That's insane, man.
The most disgusting thing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The most disgusting piece of shit. He is facing 60 years. I think he should get life, but he's 29 years old. So 60 years, he's going to be 90 something anyway.
Wow.
I hope he gets it.
Yeah,
He's facing years.
Yeah, that's insane. He raping a damn, and he's a cop. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's insane. But Arturo, let's get Arturo in here.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me. So I just have three quick questions about the Maroons, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I know you know about that. So first is I know they had them in Florida.
Oh
right?
yeah.
But what about else in like Conus, or North America? Even did they have anywhere else?
Yeah. They had some down in Louisiana. There was a Maroon colony called St. Malo. St. Malo is still there, by the way. And St. Malo, that was the name of the Maroon leader. So that was in the swamp area because a lot of the Maroons live in swamps. There was another one in Alabama called Hal's Kingdom. There's a lake named Hal's Lake that's still there in Alabama that was named after a Black Maroon. He escaped slavery and built a Maroon colony in Alabama. There was the biggest one was the Great Dismal Swamp in Virginia and North Carolina. That was the biggest one and the most successful one because it was never infiltrated. They never took an L. They never got caught or found out. And they're still studying that area today. Have you seen my movie, American Maroon?
No, I know about it, but do they know why? Like, do they have an idea why they were so successful, like at keeping the invasions out?
Oh yeah, they were successful because the Black people who were running the Great Dismal Swamp, they were extremely secretive. You had to have certain code words in order to get in. If you were white, you would get killed immediately. The minute you stepped in there, you'd get killed if you were white. And they were just extremely on code. I think Harriet Tubman was
former military.
They what?
Something like that. Was it like former military folks running it or something?
No. These were just Maroons. They became guerrilla warfare fighters. And what's interesting?
That's cool. They came up with the tactics.
And what's interesting? The U.S. government and the military, they studied them. They where the Great Dismal Swamp was, they built the Blackwater private police facility right where the Great Dismal Swamp was, so they could study their tactics. In fact, they dropped Navy SEALs off in the Great Dismal Swamp to train them there because they studied what the Black Maroons did. They did some phenomenal shit.
Some cool shit, yeah. And so did any of them go out west though, like past Texas or whatever?
Well, some of the Seminoles did. Yeah, some of the Seminoles did. because the Seminoles, they were Maroons out there down in Florida, and they were sent. They made a deal to get sent out to Oklahoma, and some of them went down into Mexico. Then some went to California later on. So they were like the Buffalo Soldiers, but they weren't marooning then because slavery was over. You were marooned during slavery. That was the purpose of being marooned, so you wouldn't get put back into slavery. So when slavery was over, some of the Maroons, they stopped.
Yeah, they could go back.
Right. They can just go back into society. So yeah,
but some didn't though, right? That's because you said some still exist today, right?
No, I'm saying the Maroon. No, they're not living in the Maroon. No, I'm just saying the area, like St. Malo. The name St. Malo, that's still down there in Louisiana. House
it's become a legit community.
What are they? I don't know if anybody's living there now. I think it's almost like a tourist attraction down there where you can take swamp tours down there. But yeah, just the name, some of those names, when you learn what the names are, you'll learn where they came from. What state are you in, by the way?
I'm in the New York City area. I'm on the west side of Hudson right now. So
there you go.
Basically New York City though.
Cool.
Last question. What do you think is the most successful group out of all these? I'm thinking of something maybe like a group that either still existing today and they maybe became some kind of community or state, or maybe someone that became a company. Because a lot of these, like I've seen groups that start out like a religious group, but then they become like a corporation and make a lot of money and all that shit. So So what would you say is like the most successful group in your opinion that of all time? Let's say
successful group. I don't know the context of what you're saying.
In terms of the Maroons, there's different marooning groups. Like, what would you say was like most successful out of all of them?
I would probably say the Seminoles, the Black Seminoles. They were pretty successful because what they did, they when they went out west to Oklahoma, they ended up forming a lot of cities in Oklahoma. Oklahoma has the most Black run towns or the Black founded towns in the whole United States.
Get out.
Oh yeah.
A
lot of folks don't know that. Yeah, most of the Black founded towns are in Oklahoma, and that was because some of those Black Maroons were sent out there. So yeah, that's what it is. But thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you.
Got it, man. Thanks, man.
All right, let's get Brother D Salon in the building. Brother D. Oh, well, yeah, D Salon. All right, D Salon ain't here. I can get him back a little later. All right, y'all raise those hands. Let me see who's in the building. Let's get Hound. Let's get Hound in here. When you see them cats and kittens, that is giving 4chan troll, but we'll see what he's talking about. Hound, what's happening?
Shalom, Tariq. How was your Shabbat dinner?
It was great, man. What's going on with you?
Good, not bad. Just wanted to ask how you're doing, how your Jewish wife's doing.
Oh, she's doing great. How's your big fat Irish abuela doing? How's your big fat Irish grandma doing?
She's doing good
because I gave her $3.
Let's go.
I gave her $3 because she gave me a reach around, and that's all she wanted. She wanted 2, but I gave her a tip. So what else is going on with you, man?
What did you think about Nick Fuentes and Ye recently?
Hey, I think Ye is trying to tap into Nick's audience. I don't know. I think Ye thinks he's going to tap into that audience. And Ye is out of his mind right now, so I don't know what Ye is up to. I don't know what he's doing with it.
Sounds like you're bringing a Black brother down.
Oh, Lord. Sir, only thing you bring Black brothers down to your bussy. So yeah, you always do shit like that, sir. So you're trying to project onto me, sir. So anyway, let me ask you this: as a white supremacist, do you support that white supremacist woman who was calling the Black child the N-word, and all your fellow white supremacists gave her money? You support that?
No, I don't support giving her money. That's kind of cringe.
Yeah, because all she's gonna do is go get some meth and some Black soul pole. So that's going to kind of defeat the whole purpose. So,
Yeah, she's probably gonna spend it on like a G-Wagon or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. But thank you so much, Hound.
Yeah, see you.
All right. All right. Let's get Courage. Courage, you in here? Courage.
Hey, Tariq, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. Courage, what's going on with you?
I'm just chilling, bro. How you doing?
I'm good. What's on your mind, man?
I was thinking about that Shiloh girl, and I was thinking about you, and I was thinking about spreading your cheeks and buck breaking the fuck out of you, nigga. I want to
No,
rip those
sir,
cheeks
no.
open. I want to spread them.
No, sir. No, sir. Sir. You cannot do that, sir. This is not, you're not in Europe no more. You can't use your Greco-Roman DNA on me, sir. You can't do that. Okay, you got to fight the urge. I know you white supremacists, y'all love bussy.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay, calm down.
It's deep inside
I know,
me, bro.
I know it
can't
is.
help-
It's that Greco-Roman culture. I know, but you got to fight it off. Fight it off.
I'm trying, Tariq.
All right.
I'm trying, but
No,
your pussy.
no, no, no. No means no, sir. And stay away from your pets, sir. You got dog treats and bussy fur all over the house. It's sad. You're finding bussy any way you can get it. All right. All right. Let me see who else we got. Let's get Green Smoke Studios in the building. Green Smoke Studios. What's going on, Green Smoke Studios? Unmute your microphone, sir. Hop in. All right, Green, where you at? All right, Green ain't saying nothing. All right. Y'all raise them hands. Let me see. Let's get the witch doctor. I ain't seen you in a minute, witch doctor. I ain't seen you in a minute. All right, witch doctor, hop on there. All right. Yo, witch doctor, witch doctor, witch doctor. Where you at?
Yo, what's up, Tariq?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Right, so
I'm a Ugandan witch doctor.
Oh, okay. So you're a Ugandan witch doctor. All right. Well, can you conjure up a better phone? All right. His phone is messed up. Let's try Greens. You want to try it again, Greens?
Yeah, brother, you had me muted, I think, on accident the first time you called me. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. What's going on with you, Green?
I'm good, man. I tuned into your show last week, and just hear me out. I didn't really enjoy it, man. I felt like you were isolating a lot of the white audience you could possibly get. The good part I see about your show, man, is you really are interesting when it comes to history. I've been studying history 20 years myself, and I love it. That's what I'm tuning in for.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to run that by you, brother. Like, I don't like the hate thing, man. Like, I love my black community. I mean, but killing a kid, man, that's not good in any way. And neither was the girl calling that dude what she called him, man. Like, instead of division, man, like, I want to love you. I want to support you, man. Like, I love the history aspect of your show. And
Now,
I just
where's the
wanted to
hate?
say,
Now, where do you think the hate is? What hate? What hate have I displayed?
all right, last week when I was on your show, man, I heard y'all were laughing about some dude named Austin Meth Lab, and just I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I wasn't
man.
laughing at him, but I'm saying that our good brother Carmelo defended himself, and the precedent was set with the Kyle Rittenhouses and the Daniel Pennies. So you can't.
I don't know. That's all different. I don't want to even talk about that, but I just
Right.
wanted to tell you I enjoyed the history part of your show.
Okay, there you go. All right. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. It's not divisive. No. We're not divisive because y'all were the ones who set a precedent. Y'all set a precedent where you can defend yourself with lethal force, and you can do it even if the person ain't touching you. In the case of Daniel Penny. So yeah, y'all put that precedent out there. So y'all got to stand by it, and it has to be enforced all the way across the board, not based on race. Let's get I Know Why in the building.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for having me. I heard you speak on, and this is to the comment that the first person made. You spoke on the Roanoke colonies several times, and you always remind us of the fate of those colonies. I find it strange that he brought that up tonight because a couple of weeks ago I saw a video on YouTube, and this video really stood out to me because their explanation of what happened to the Roanoke colony is not that they cannibalized themselves, but that they were actually amalgamated into the native tribe.
Bullshit.
And we know that, but the main reason why the video stood out to me is because at that time that I saw the video, it was 13 days old. It had 1.7 million views and no comments.
Oh yeah, they took the comments off. They wouldn't let nobody comment on it.
Right. So in my humble estimation, you're going to see more of a push of them claiming some sort of "we were here from the beginning." It's a spin on the truth, like they always do. But that's all I wanted to say. I'll land on that, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, they didn't amalgamate with the damn Native Americans. That's bullshit. In fact, some people think that the Native Americans killed their asses. Yeah, they wouldn't amalgamate with the Native Americans and then not say nothing and just disappear forever. No. Hell no. That ain't true. Now, there were black people blending in with them, with the Native Americans, but the white settlers were not, and because the red natives, they weren't really fucking with them like that. And in fact, black people were like a liaison between the red natives and the white settlers in many, many cases. But yeah, they killed themselves off. They were not surviving. Just all of those all white colonies they tried to create, they would starve, have to flee, or they cannibalized each other, or they got killed by the hostile natives who knew they were on the bullshit. All right. Let me see. Let's get some good folks in here. Let's get what's your name? Cypher X. Let's get Cypher X in the building. Cypher X in the building. What's up, Cypher?
Hey, peace, Flex. How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you, sir?
All right. You can hear me clear?
Oh yeah, loud and clear. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to say enough respect to the father in Ohio.
Yes.
With that incident that happened.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah. And one more thing, I want to make one more comment on, like, as the firstborn American generation. I agree and support your movement, everything that's going on.
Where's your family from?
Jamaica.
Jamaica. There you go. Cool.
Yeah, and I believe it's millions of us in this country that's firstborn American, and I believe that we should all follow FBA lead, like whatever politician or whatever y'all movement is or support, whoever y'all support, we should follow y'all lead. That's my stance on that.
Man, I respect that, man. I respect that, brother. Good deal. Much respect to you. Lee, let's get brother Lee in the building. Lee or Lay? Lee the Great or Lay the Great? Lee, Lay, what's up, brother? Okay, Lee ain't saying nothing. Oh,
hello.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm on.
What's up, Playboy? How are you, brother?
Oh, not much, man. Hey, look, I got so much respect for you. You led me on this great. You done so much for me, but as far as what these people got what these people got to say about us, I don't care what they got to say.
Yeah. I feel you on that. I feel you, brother. That's why, I speak truth to power. Like the gentleman who called up earlier, he said, I might be alienating some of the white listeners. Listen, the white listeners, you better learn how to like truth. Look, I am not going to alienate anybody because all I'm going to do is sit here and tell the damn truth. I don't tailor the truth to nobody. The truth is the damn truth. And if people are doing something foul, you're going to be told that you're doing something foul. If you're doing something great, I give credit where credit is due. I give criticism where criticism is due. Nobody's above it. So I'm just going to shoot straight from the hip. I don't have time to play games. And y'all better respect the honesty that I'm going to bring. All right. Let me see. Let's raise your hands. Raise your hands, because I see a lot of folks in here. Raise those hands. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get what's your name? Hell no, I'm not African. All right, hell no, I'm not African. Hop on, brother. Oh, where you at? Hold on. Let me add him back. Hell no, I'm not African. Hop on in. That's a hell of a name, bro. All right, something happened to his phone. It was a little janky, but it's all good. All right, let's get let me see. Let's get brother Grassroots FBA in the building. Let's get Grassroots FBA in the bill. What's up, Grassroots? All right, and while we're waiting on Grassroots, let's get Ashley in here. Ashley, are you in the building, dear?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Grassroots, what's up, brother?
Okay. My bad. So my question was, actually, I had a question. So my question was fighting back. This is one thing I always had a question about, was us fighting back. When I look at history, like, we've always fought back. And it's like, it's always some problem with them fighting back. And it's strange. It's like, if you're oppressing the people, they're going to fight back.
Yeah.
But they just feel like it's absurd to them.
Yeah.
So I wanted your point of view on that. Because, I mean, you like the Dismal Swamps, Tuskegee, everything, the Black Panthers, like, we always knew how to come up with a system to fight back. And it's like, but they always justify why they wanted to challenge us.
That's true. That's true. Now, what city are you in, by the way?
Oh, I'm my family from Chicago, but my mom's side, they came from Virginia. My dad's side, they came from Mississippi.
Okay. But thank you, brother. Okay, I wasn't really sure what your question was. I wasn't really sure. But listen, we fight back in the dominant society. They have a problem with that. Of course, they got a problem with that. Because the foundational Black American resistance, it exposes the lie of a just system. See, the dominant society, they rely on the illusion that America is a fair, merit-based land of opportunities. So when we fight back, that puts a light to the ongoing racial abuse. Us rebelling all the time against them, that disrupts that whole power equilibrium. See, the entire racial order in this country is built on Black submission, white dominance. So whenever we resist through words, thought, action, lawsuits, protests, self-defense, that threatens the psychological order. See, they don't need us fighting back at all, and we're the feistiest ones. Other groups gave up. Can we be real? Can we be real? Other groups gave the hell up. They ain't really fighting at all. That's why when they walk in one of these third world villages, people get the tap dancing and bucking their eyes. They ain't fighting nothing. They ain't fighting nothing. We're the only ones where they can't walk around us and we get the tap dancing and shucking and jiving. When they come around us, we start closing doors and locking windows and pulling the shades down. Like, oh, here they go. Everybody be quiet and shut up. And just one time, nigga, one time, we start signaling to each other, hey, them people is coming. Let's fall back. See, we have a whole different reaction to these people. The minute they come around, we get into rebellion mode. But when they go to some third world village, hey, the white man, let's sing a song to the white man so we can get food. Y'all start dancing and shit. Y'all start running and chasing them He has a car. Let's chase his car. He give us some food. He started, no. We're the opposite of that. We're the complete opposite. You see? So, foundational Black American, us being so rebellious against them, that messes with them psychologically. It's like, damn, why haven't we broken these people psychologically? They've never broken them psychologically. See, it's one thing that you can put somebody in captivity physically, but their mind, psychologically, they don't have to give you their mind. They can control their minds. And we control ours collectively. That's why we still rebel. And see, one of the sacred myths of whiteness is the idea of white innocence. So Black people pushing back, that forces the dominant society to basically confront their brutality. And they resent the loss of their moral cover. See, and another thing, foundational Black American resistance, that can't be easily co-opted. See, unlike any other groups, we have such a unique ethnogenesis. It was rooted in survival and rebellion. See, we're made up of that. That's our whole thing. Survival and resistance, that's in our damn DNA makeup. You see? So our resistance is grassroots. Most of it is decentralized. And, ladies and gentlemen, it is spiritual. See, that makes it real difficult to control and buy off and redirect. See, we have a spiritual rebellious energy. That's part of the Majara spirit, ladies and gentlemen. That's part of that Majara. See, our spirit tells us to rebel against these folks because it was our spiritual essence that kept us alive. We had to dig inward. See, that's what happens when you get into captivity. You're supposed to start tapping inward. You tap inward and then you get into a spiritual space to get your strength and to maintain your morals and your dignity. You see, that's why when cats go to jail, you ain't supposed to be in there laying up with niggas. You know what I'm saying? When you go to jail, you don't be in there spreading your damn pussy. You're supposed to, your physical breaks down. Charge that shit to the game and get into a spiritual mode so that you can survive. Yeah. Oh, let me let my dogs out. My dog's out here scratching the damn door. And they ain't gonna bust a grape if a burglar come in here. But like I said, fam, foundational Black American pushback against white supremacy is a generational thing. You see, we're generational with them. And the dominant society, they fear a generational awakening among foundational Black Americans because, that leads to certain levels of sovereignty and legacy building. Yeah. And also our resistance sets a global example. People know when we start getting busy, people watch what we do. All eyes on FBAs. Yeah. And the FBAs, man, we inspire everybody, all oppressed people globally. And like I said before, my broadcast the other day, we are the soft power. Yeah. And the dominant society, they fear that influence because that undermines their soft power and exposes their global hypocrisy. Yeah. And basically the system, this whole system was built to prevent slave uprisings. And, from the slave patrols to mass incarceration, a lot of these things were institutions. They were built to prevent us from rising up. See, we're studied nonstop. We're studied nonstop, ladies and gentlemen. So they created military schools during slavery to come up with ways to make sure that we would be suppressed. They changed gun laws to make sure we couldn't be properly armed. These people have done every and anything to make sure that we had certain levels of oppression. and to stop us from rising up. In the 1960s, when we were turning up in Watts and places like that, they had to create a special weapons and tactics unit in order to stop that. They had to create like a police military and special weapons and tactics. You know what that means. You know what the letters stand for. Raise your hand if you know what those letters stand for. Special weapons and tactics. That was created after the Watts riots, specifically for Black folks. It's called SWAT. That's what SWAT stands for. They created SWAT specifically for Black people out there in LA. They were out, well, I'm saying out there like I ain't here. I'm out here right now. I said out there, out here in LA. Because Black folks was turning up so hard during the Watts riot and they almost lost control. They're like, oh, we got to tighten this shit up. These Negroes were just getting a little bit too busy for us. We almost lost things. It could have went somewhere else. So we need military police out here. That's why they created SWAT. You see, it's heavy. It's heavy. Ashley, what's up, Ashley? Hop on in here, dear.
Hey, Tyreek. Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to know what your thoughts on the Deion Sanders situation. I know you touched on it, but it's like now I'm seeing different athletes coming out and saying, you know, Shador this, Shador that, and Deion this. So I just want to know what's your thoughts on that.
Well, look, the numbers don't lie. Shador's jersey numbers are all-time high. All eyes on Shador, so they're doing the right thing. They've been marketing him correctly. So Shador, when the season starts, I mean, the ratings are going to be through the roof. People are going to see what's going on with Shador. People are going to tune in to see what's going on with our brother Shador. All eyes are going to be on him. So, you know, they're going to bring a whole new audience to the football arenas. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes now. Because look, you know, Deion, say what you want to say about him. Again, he changed college football. He made it hot. He made that thing pop off. And now his son is going into the NFL, and we saw the drama behind it. So people want to tune in. They're going to see what he's going to do because there's a lot of hype around him now. So it's going to be a very interesting season. When does football season start, family? Where are my football fans? When does football season start? Where are my football fans? Let me know. When does football season start? When does it start? If you can let me know, that'd be great. Let me get a couple more calls in here while I'm waiting on y'all to let me know that. Let me see. Let's keep an ace in the hole. Keep an ace in the hole. Ace in the hole, what's happening? Yo, Ace, want to hop on? All right, Ace, I got to get you out. All right. Trying to get you out of here, Ace. Who else? Raise those hands. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the prototype. Let's get Miss Prototype in the building. The Prototype, hop on, ma'am.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Tariq.
Hey, dear. How are you?
I'm this summer. Football season starts on September 5th, and I know for a fact because it's my husband's birthday.
Oh, cool. Your husband a big fan of football?
Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan of football.
Oh, cool. What's
Saints
it?
all the way, baby.
Yeah.
Saints all the way. But, hey, I do love the Texans, too, but I'm a Saints fan.
Oh, cool. All right, beloved. Thank you so much, dear. Shout out to our beautiful St. Louis sister. Oh, man. Anyway, let me get up out of here. Family. It's been real. It has been real. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com and make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum, and also get the book we have there called Hidden Heroes from A to Z. Phenomenal book that you will love. All right.
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about hidden heroes?
Hidden Heroes from A to Z is a cool book that tells the stories of amazing Black heroes you might not know about. You'll meet inventors, you'll meet explorers, and leaders who change the world. It's fun, inspiring, and you can learn so much. Get your copy now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Let's discover our hidden heroes together.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. You can tell that moron DeSantis is already trying to dip his crooked little toes into the waters of a 2028 presidential bid. He's off to a rough start. With less than 2 years in office, he knows that he needs to do something. But what? Back in February, his own Republicans in the state legislature took away his ability to have illegal aliens flued out to Martha's Vineyard and elsewhere. Instead, these Republicans put together a legislative package that they called the Trump Act. No pun, that's what they called it. And it basically says that any illegal alien transport schemes that DeSantis plans in the future have to take place under the control and supervision of ICE. Well, so much for him trying to get more headlines, but that hasn't stopped him from saying that he's going to put together his own statewide illegal immigration crackdown team. I sure hope this one goes a lot better than his illegal voter crackdown team. And remember how this idiot was talking about how people were flooding into Florida? Florida's the state that everyone's going to, right? Well, now they're flooding out of the state. The insurance crisis has become a full-blown catastrophe now, and the racist rubes who thought it was so cute to vote for an open anti-black bigot are now losing their homes because they can't get insurance, to say nothing of Florida's property taxes, which are completely out of control, and even the few people who can afford to pay it are not happy about it. But hey, that's not important. What really matters is that they can teach kids in school lies like slavery was a good thing. Take that to the insurance company next time you have a claim. Even the chumps over at Fox Networks can't deny it. Insurance rates are going up, and so are U-Haul rentals. Now a ton of people are looking to sell their homes and flee elsewhere to a state that actually has a real government. DeSantis in particular has been the main person trying to fight a war against left-wing acronyms and talking points. He became the poster boy for hating anything woke, though he couldn't tell anybody what it was, though the way he acted in his mind, it clearly meant anything associated with black people. So DeSantis began telling everyone he was going to go to war with woke. That's all he talked about. Woke this, woke that, woke everything. He said that all of America was behind him. And how did DeSantis' war on woke go? He got crushed so badly in the 2024 primary that there was no contest. So what's the dumbest governor in America been up to these days? Most recently, he's gotten himself embroiled in yet another scandal. It all started when he and his wife claimed that they wanted to put together a private sector alternative to Florida's state-funded welfare programs. They called their scheme Hope Florida. The idea behind it, allegedly, was that Hope Florida would connect low-income families with churches and local groups that might help them with housing, food, or other needs so that they wouldn't have to get government assistance. The Hope Florida Foundation is its nonprofit fundraising arm, and DeSantis' wife, Casey, was put in charge of it. This was supposed to be their idea of model legislation for turning Florida into some kind of conservative paradise. But it was just another example of how all the white rights talk about privatization is nothing more than a feeble front for them to siphon government money. The DeSantis' Hope Florida Foundation received $10 million that came from a settlement from a Medicaid contractor who had been grossly overbilling the state. And what happened to that $10 million? It went straight to two nonprofit political action committees who then sent the money on to a group called Keep Florida Clean. It's a political action committee that was formed to help DeSantis defeat a ballot initiative to legalize marijuana last November. Between October and December, Keep Florida Clean sent $10.5 million to the Republican Party of Florida and $1.1 million to the Florida Freedom Fund. And what is the Florida Freedom Fund? It's Ron DeSantis' own political action committee. So DeSantis' PAC got a cut of the money that originated with his wife's organization. And who was in charge of Keep Florida Clean and DeSantis' Florida Freedom Fund? A guy named James Uthmeyer, who was DeSantis' chief of staff. Talk about irony. All this dirty money floating around to a group calling itself Keep Florida Clean. Yeah, that's how you know DeSantis was behind it. You have one of the most racist and the most low-down, dishonest, and incompetent governor in America with his shrew of a wife who's not qualified to do anything other than stand there like a potted plant. What could possibly go wrong? In a remarkable bit of actual legislative independence, Florida's Republican-controlled state legislators actually tried to get the financial records of Hope Florida, but they were thwarted. The two directors of the nonprofits that got the money in the first place, they refused to voluntarily testify about it. The chairman of the Hope Florida Foundation Board said that there had been bookkeeping lapses and other errors, but he's promising to push for more transparency. Yeah, he'll be pushing for it, just not today or any other day. One Florida Republican legislator is calling this fiasco a potential conspiracy to commit money laundering and wire fraud. DeSantis is claiming that all of these Republican legislators are in league with the Democrats. This after years and years of them literally sitting on their hands and handing all of their legislative authority over to the governor, making DeSantis basically into a unitary executive. And now he's claiming that those exact same slavish punks who did his bidding for years and made him basically a dictator in all but name over the state, now he's claiming they're in league with the Democrats. Anyone with half a brain knows that that's ridiculous because the Democrats have not been using this as a political wedge or to try to put any sort of heat or pressure on DeSantis. None of them is running on a platform of put us in office and we're going to make sure that people get prosecuted. We're going to go ahead and make sure that all of these guys get lined up and dragged into court. You don't see Democrats trying to use this as an opportunity to say, let's go ahead and have ourselves a righteous witch hunt against the DeSantis regime. This is the same DeSantis who wanted to take over schools and even Disney World because he said that they were wasting money. Was that really a complaint on his part or was it envy? Well, DeSantis is going to be leaving office after next year's election, no matter what scheme he tries to come up with. And there's talk about his wife wanting to run for governor. Between her and Michelle Obama, I can't imagine which one of them is more full of themselves. DeSantis has done more than enough legally suspect, if not outright illegal actions, that he should be jammed up with a ton of civil and even criminal cases. And the same should go for his Timu Joseph Goebbels, Chris Rufo. That clown should have already been in court for defaming and lying about the authors and books and school teachers and having all of these people costing them their livelihoods based on his lies. But we know the Democrats are not concerned with that. They want Republicans to be attacking Black people under the guise of woke, because the truth is the war on woke, which is actually a war on Black people, began with the Democrats. Barack Obama was the very first public person of note to attack quote-unquote wokeness directly. And why did he do it? Because originally the term came to prominence because of BLM protesters. Waking people up to the evil of the enforcement arm of white supremacy was a threat that the bootlicking chief couldn't ignore. So he was the first major figure to attack woke. And so we got to stop all this woke stuff. Got to stop all this woke. And then on cue, all of these white politicians from the Democrats and then Republicans followed suit. And it was completely predictable that the white right would use woke as a euphemism for Black because they've done it with practically every word they can find, including the word thug, which Barack Obama also used as a pejorative against specifically Black protesters. Democrats wanted for this to happen because the demands that Black people have been making are the kind that would force white society to give up its power. And Democrats are as dedicated to protecting the racial status quo as the Republicans. All of these illegal and unconstitutional policies from the white right, and not one Democrat has run on a platform of rolling that mess back or punishing the white right for it, or putting in place legislation that's meant to reinforce all of these programs and initiatives and laws that the Republicans have been attacking. The Democrats have not pledged to do any of that. In fact, you've seen how the left corner of the white media has pushed a narrative and talking points that come straight from DNC headquarters, that all of these Democrats, well, they're being realist, they're being pragmatic. They can't listen to the demands that are coming from these far leftist extremists, especially not the ones online. Why? The Democrats can't listen to them because these guys are going to cost Democrats the elections. Now, I've debunked that talking point repeatedly on this channel, but this is what the Democrats have made clear is going to be their strategy going forward. Join the Republicans openly in attacking anything that Black people are demanding. I mean, look at Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel. Both of these two are planning to run for president, and both of them have made it very clear that as far as they're concerned, their top priority is attacking all of these leftists who are making demands. And by doing so, they're revealing exactly what the Black media has always said. They are nothing more than controlled opposition, which is no opposition at all. So the asinine stunts that DeSantis has been allowed to get away with haven't helped him politically. The phony good headlines that he got came from a compliant white media that's still trying to show that it can conjure magic and make people believe their fairy tales. DeSantis bought into his own phony hype and started thinking that he really was a political genius and that he could get away with anything because the white media was on his side. He screamed woke to the point that the word lost all meaning, even with other right-wing nuts who tried to swing on the coattails of his fake momentum. Sure, the white media couldn't deny how odious and blatantly racist DeSantis' policies are, but they pretended as if he was popular with voters when in reality, Democrats had simply chosen not to do anything about him. But reality always gets the last word. Today, DeSantis doesn't talk about woke anymore. Who would have thought that just mindlessly repeating the word woke over and over again for years would simply put everyone to sleep? As it stands now, DeSantis has less chance of becoming president in 2028 than J.D. Vance. And given how he's almost single-handedly turned Florida from an affordable state to a basket case, there's probably more than a few on the white right who just want to see DeSantis gone. But one thing's for sure. No matter how the low IQ scumbag leaves office, it won't be quiet, and it definitely won't be clean. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Ronald Waits, Ikegas Dorset, Dean Ballantyne, Jerome Simmons, and Charles Hairston. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you. If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Have you heard the news? Donald Trump wants a new baby boom. Yeah, because the last one went so great, pun intended. The Orange Man says that he wants to be known as the king of IVF and the fertilization president. Although from the looks of things, Elon Musk is single-handedly trying to claim that title. Now, of course, when it comes to having children, especially among young people, not that many of them need IVF. So what's the real issue here? Apparently, he thinks that everybody should have a baby no matter what age. Fine, but from the looks of things, if the country is indeed going through a baby decline, which it is, certainly a baby slowdown if nothing else, the real question happens to be, why is it that this is not being treated as a serious issue that it should be? Now, who in this day and age is going to be signing up to have a Trump baby bump, especially in this economy? Because it's the money, stupid. That's the reason why. The plan from Donald Trump and his administration is talking about the same thing that we hear some variation on every election cycle: increasing the child tax credit. In this case, the number that's been bandied about by the Trump administration and their political allies is $5,000 for new mothers. Now, that $5,000 number isn't a bad thing, but the problem is it certainly isn't enough. There's a huge gap that has to be bridged. And that $5,000 is literally a drop in the bucket. When you look and see what's going on, a lot of those folks who are basically hanging in there by their fingertips, they're also having to appeal to all sorts of government programs just to keep themselves and their children's heads afloat. That's the reality. $5,000, this is a Band-Aid, and a small one, let's be honest. Now, I'll tell Trump and his political supporters the same thing about this that I said to Democrats. If you want more births, then one great idea would actually be to deal with the infant mortality rate in the Black community and to deal with the maternal mortality rate. You can't get numbers this disproportionately high among Black mothers and their infants compared to every other demo without there being a deliberate, intentional anti-Black campaign to take the lives of Black mothers and their babies. The white right's always talking about shutting down schools that are underperforming this, that, and a third based on the numbers. Well, if they applied their same empty rhetoric to these hospitals, if you look and saw that a disproportionate number of Black mothers and their babies are dying because they went to these places, then wouldn't it be time to shut them down or at the very least start prosecuting some people? But then again, you couldn't get the Democrats to sign on to that concept either. But addressing the infant and maternal mortality rates in the Black community is something that can help those fertility figures immediately. Make it where men and women who are trying to have children can do so without the baby dying under mysterious circumstances or the mother dying the same way. If the Congressional Black Talkers were actually a Black advocacy group and not an immigrant advocacy group, they would be the main ones driving this issue home every chance that they get. But we have to understand that they're not going to be doing anything, and we, as the Black grassroots, have to take a serious, hard-nosed approach to this. Whenever I bring up issues such as this one, I can't help but notice that it gets a far lower number of views than if I talk about other subjects. But I got to tell you, the treatment of Black babies, that happens to be at the very core of how Black people are mistreated in America's health care system, which doesn't deserve to be called care at all. America's hospitals are one of the main apparatuses that white supremacy uses to do away with Black people and to just claim, well, there was nothing we could do, we did everything we could, etc., when they know that they're lying through their teeth. The problem with Black folks is, in too many cases, we tend not to focus on these kind of issues until it actually affects us personally. We hear about it from people who are online, or we hear about it even from other family members, and we don't go on red alert. We wait until it's us, and by then, it's too late. So whenever anybody starts talking about what are we going to do about America's declining birth rate, what they're talking about is the birth rate among white people. If they were actually concerned about more births, they would already be looking at the single easiest thing that could be done to increase births in this country, and that's to address the Black infant and maternal mortality rates. But this country isn't concerned about that. It's concerned about a racial status quo. As they see it, all of those dead Black babies and their mothers, that's not a problem, that's a solution. But for the sake of argument, let's go ahead and say that at least in this case, regardless of who's in the White House, there's actually a serious effort now at addressing the country's declining birth rate. Well, that still doesn't change the fact that for expectant mothers, a mere $5,000 tax credit, while welcome, is not going to solve the underlying problems. It's not a matter of mothers are looking and going, I'm only $5,000 away from being able to fully and thoroughly take care of a child. The chasm is a heck of a lot bigger than that. Now, if this country wants to go from modest birth growth to an actual baby boom, that's going to require the policymakers to be honest about why things went from a baby boom to a baby bust in the first place. Economics. People can want to have children all day long, but children cost money and a hell of a lot of it. And in an era of sky-high inflation and mass underemployment and now growing unemployment and layoffs, asking people to decide to take on the huge burden, the most important burden of all, which is bringing another life into this world and caring for them for at least 18 years, that's asking for entirely too much, especially under these circumstances. The same people who have been neglected for decades, for generations, and now here the policymakers are looking and going, ooh, we want those productivity numbers to spike. And we also think that it's very important that we have more consumers, not to mention we're going to need some more people to work in the salt mines. So snap our fingers, presto changeo, here we go. No, it doesn't work that way. Having children has become a luxury that only the well-off can afford, or the reckless people who procreate without thinking and then live off of government programs. But if the goal is sincerely this time to reinforce the numbers among the working class, you need intact families to do that. Kids raised in poor households where a single mother struggles relying on government programs, those kids are already conditioned to think that that's how it's supposed to be, and they're far more likely to go in that direction themselves. Government programs have also been used as another band-aid to get around having to deal with the real issue. If the economic opportunities were actually available to those who really need them, then you'd have a hell of a lot less people having to look for government support, especially to raise their children. You have a situation where there's people in the military or people who work at places like Walmart, and they have long had to ask for government assistance. And nobody seems to have had much of a problem with it before. Having all these people trying to get on government assistance isn't the problem. It's a symptom of the problem, because what's happening is not just in the United States alone. When you look at countries in Asia especially, you also see a baby bust. And when they talk with the young people in those countries, people in their 20s and 30s, and ask them why is it that they haven't decided to start families yet, it's for the same reason that so many of them have yet to buy a home or to do a number of different things that ordinarily would have happened by now. They simply don't make enough money to. See, the rich elites, they can't have their cake and eat it too. That's what they're finding out, though they're very reluctant to admit it. They spent decades paying politicians to put policies in place that have resulted in the largest maldistribution of wealth in human history. So, with the 1% controlling all the money, the other 99% have nothing to raise a family on, or even to keep themselves afloat with. Unfortunately, though, for the Jeff Bezoses and the Elon Musks, they need all of those people who they've impoverished to be able to buy their cars and buy products off their websites. So by using their wealth to turn the working class into the starving class, they've made it where fewer people can do business with them today, and they've guaranteed that there will be no one to do business with them tomorrow. These rich white elites are not visionaries at all. They can't see past the end of their noses. And just on a side note, there is something that I want to mention in passing. Last month, the jobs report was that the economy added 177 jobs for the month of April. So it seems that not all the employers are scared stiff by Trump's tariff insanity. This is something that I just wanted to mention because I alluded to this a month or so ago, that with a whole lot of the white media claiming that Trump's going to be tanking the economy, et cetera, there's no way to tell at this very moment whether or not his tariffs or his other economic policies are going to bring about a second Great Depression. That was what I was saying. And that basically we would have to wait and see. By the way, I say this as somebody who has no love in my heart for the orange man. His policies are not exactly geared toward us. There may be some incidental benefit for us, but he didn't intend for it to be that way. Now, a number of the investor class, that's the billionaires and mega millionaires, they've been grumbling about his policies the last few months. But let's be honest here. If he were to announce a big tax break for those guys, all of those grumbling billionaires who have been making ominous noises about the economy, they would suddenly start to claim that things are great, better than they've ever been, and not to worry about anything. The opinions that they give about the economy are not about the 99%. They're talking about their own personal position and whether or not they feel like they may have one penny shaved off of their own enormous fortunes. What we see going on are the messy and predictable results that occur whenever you've got a political system that's been wholesale bought off. It's one gigantic Ponzi scheme, but you know what? I'm not really concerned with what happens to anyone else. I know what the core of the problem is. If there's anything that we should have learned from the push for reparations by now, it's that as Black people, our problems have been that we're too modest about our demands. We're too shy to be bold. We're so used to being told no all the time that instead of getting more bolder, we get more meek, and that doesn't work. 2020 was the first movement on police reform ever, and it wasn't done by being meek or being nice. And the same thing goes for economics. Everybody else believes in pushing the so-called Overton window for their own benefit, and then shoving us out of that window. We've been completely and thoroughly deprioritized, and both political parties have worked hand in hand to create this circumstance and to keep it that way. Now, while there may seem to be some superficial overlap between some of the minor complaints from the dominant society and the very real problems that we face, don't go fooling yourself into thinking that somehow that means that the policies that are going to be beneficial for everyone else is somehow going to also be equally applied to us. In fact, under the circumstances, we don't need equal application because we haven't been subjected to equal deprivation. We have been singled out. So that being the case, don't tell me any nonsense about what are we going to be doing to raise the country's birth rate. They've been ignoring us. As far as they're concerned, they can have their cake and eat it too. They can continue to ignore us while solving the real issue, which is the white birth rate. The only difference between Trump and Biden is that at least the orange man has a dyed-in-the-wool apartheid reject standing beside him when he tells his lies. So nobody's silly enough to think that he's anything other than what he is. Placebos and pacifiers. That's what's being offered. We're getting artificial solutions for real problems that these people created. They just want to see if people are desperate enough at this point to be bribed with their own money, because it's going to take a hell of a lot more than just $5,000 to make starting a family feasible again, especially for the vast majority of Americans. And with so many people from the dominant society who this country is always taking care of, complaining about the economy, our concerns of a necessity must take precedence. If the orange man or anyone else wants to offer $5,000 to expectant mothers, that's fine. But just let them know that's a very small down payment on a very large debt. And speaking of debts, we're not giving this country any discounts on what's owed to us. I don't care how much everyone else claims to be suffering. Their pain is nothing compared to ours. And that's why even under these circumstances, we're going to hold the line and tell everyone, no reparations, no vote either, and no kidding. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Eric Bailey, Ogun Spirit, Liban Gurhan, Wandre Morris, and Mark Brown. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
You know how many times Black people have been attacked about food stamps? Like, oh, you guys are lazy. Oh, you guys just want to be on food stamps and they want to talk about a Section 8 and any kind of welfare, right? They always try to weaponize government programs that's meant for people that's low income that Black people shouldn't get it and try to shame you into, not getting these programs. Well, one of them definitely is the food stamp program, or better known as SNAP, right? EBT is another name that's being called as well. Well, I want you to hear this brother that used to work at Whole Foods about who was really coming in there using the food stamps.
Didn't lie when they said white people project a lot of their insecurities onto Black people, because I'm gonna be real with y'all. When I worked at Whole Foods, I don't work there anymore, so I could obviously talk about this. But when I worked at Whole Foods, the amount of white people that was swiping their EBT cards is insane. And this whole time they try to throw it on Black people and say that we're the welfare king and queens. Now we're always on EBT, but I was shocked, bro. I don't think you understand. For the couple of months that I was working there, I think there was only one Black couple that swiped an EBT card and they had like 2 kids with them. But I always internalized that. And I was always thinking to myself, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of Black people do live in the hood. We understand how racism works and in impoverished, communities. I genuinely internalized it and thought that they were speaking facts. It wasn't until I got that Whole Foods job, when I tell you they were swiping the EBTs like crazy. And you had some of them who just pulled it out and swiped it. And then you had some of them who kind of like try to like hide the card in their hands. And it's just like, bro, you ain't got to do that with me. Like, I know you kind of embarrassed because I know you got a Black cashier and everything like that. And you about to swipe your EBT, but I could care less. So yeah, it was 50-50. Some of them just didn't care. They just swiped this. Them, they was moving a little funny, trying to hide the card and do like a quick little swipe. But it's like, come on, I already saw it. I had no idea they was eating them SNAP benefits up like that. My bad.
Well, according to, the SNAP website, and I wanted to find out about raw numbers. I didn't want these percentages. I wanted raw numbers. And with raw numbers, at least on the last one, they calculated the raw numbers on, they're still getting the 23 and 2024 numbers that's raw. 16.9 million white recipients is participating in that program. And then Black, you got 11.8 with Black people, Hispanic 9.5 million, Asian 1.4 million, American Indian 1.2 million. Then I got Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders 0.2, basically 200,000 people there. So with our situation, let's talk about that. 11.8 million people on the SNAP program. We have an excuse. We were historically sabotaged. We were historically redlined. We were historically discriminated against. We were historically terrorized. Every time we try to rise up, it's some sort of sabotage, terrorism, whatever. None of that happened to these people. None of that happened to them at all. They have an $11 trillion wealth gap. None of them should be on the SNAP benefits at all. None of them. But yet they will be on that program and then try to shame you for you not to get it. I tell Black folks, get every government program that you can legally obtain. Get it all, okay? Don't let these people try to shame you and make you feel bad, calling you welfare king. They the welfare kings and queens. If you travel this country, see how some of them live, yeah, they on those programs. They on those programs. See, the deal is they want all the government programs for them, but they want us to subsidize it. Right? Us to pay taxes so they can live good. No. They get angry when they see Black people on programs. Oh, she lazy. He lazy. Well, you're lazy too. You're lazy. If they're lazy for getting SNAP, you're just as lazy. If not more lazy. Matter of fact, I would say more because the system benefits you. So clearly you gotta be lazy. Because you can actually fail upward. Black people don't fail upward. Not at all. But yeah, they always project. When they talk about criminality, they projecting themselves. When they talk about stealing, they definitely projecting themselves. It is not nothing that haven't been tied down, they haven't stole. Human beings, property, land, resources, like what haven't they not stole? But they want to try to say Black people always stealing. Like, please, Black people can't even start to steal like they have stolen. So that's one thing I do. I never let them try to project that on me, talking about no thief. Man, please. When they try to say, oh, you're trying to, make black men be out these predators. Like, man, ain't nobody a predator more than them. They've been predators on men, women, and children, historically and all the way up to today. Look at who got the most cases violating children. It's them. You understand? You don't ever let them project on us. First of all, I don't even want to talk to them half time. When I mean by that, those who come with that mess online, I'm gonna say, because most of them not gonna come to you and say anything like that to your face. They just not gonna do that. Okay. So I don't waste my time even talking to them at this point. Like I said, I want to focus my attention on us and what we do. But this situation is a dude say he was shocked because you believe the propaganda, brother. That's a propaganda. That was not rooted in any kind of facts. And even if black people were getting snapped, so what? And so mind your business and let me mind mine over here. These people are not in a better position than us, like y'all think they are. They're really not. No matter how much, look at how they're crying now with Trump. They're crying every day. They're not in a better position than me and you as a collective of people. They're not comfortable because one thing they value more than anything else is their comfort. And they're not comfortable right now with Trump. Trump is destroying their comfort and they don't like it. They're getting fired from their jobs. All kinds of things are happening with them. And if Trump tanked this economy, sure, a lot of them going to be on the blade, or a lot of them going to be, some of the Becky's really going to be chasing the brothers with the money because they don't want to work like that. But, don't ever let them project. Whatever they're saying about us, they're doing times 10. Always remember that. Never believe nothing they're saying. Nothing. If they're talking to you, they're lying. Immediately say they're lying until I verify it with 3 or 4 different sources. And that will stop all that you believe in what they tell you crap. Because like I said, when you lie to me too much, I'm not going to believe nothing you say. And they have historically, of course, lied to us hundreds of years. So why would I believe anything they're saying about anything? From the media to whatever. I'm going to double check and triple check it. So if you see me using a clip from them, it's because I checked it out.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on the eve of his 100th day in office. President Trump is putting a heavy focus on immigration. The president is signing 2 executive orders Monday, one focused on the role of U.S. law enforcement and another targeting so-called sanctuary cities. The move comes as the president prepares to mark the 100th day of his second administration on Tuesday. The White House says he will host a rally in Macomb County, Michigan, outside of Detroit. Earlier Monday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt celebrated the administration's actions on immigration and the border.
One of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion. In just under 100 days, 99 now to be exact, the president has overwhelmingly delivered on that promise.
CBS News polling shows Americans are split down the middle when it comes to the administration's overhaul, with 49% approving and 51% disapproving of the president's handling of immigration. CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins us now. Willie, what do these executive orders do? And more broadly, is the administration going to continue moving forward with this hardline immigration stance?
Hey there, Lindsay. Good to be with you on this Monday evening. Well, one of them in particular will focus on sanctuary cities, basically naming names in terms of those cities and governments, local governments across the country who are not cooperating with the administration in terms of their immigration crackdown. We know that there have been a couple of court cases, not just recently, but previously, cities like San Francisco leading the charge and fighting and pushing back against the Trump administration in that fight in court. But we, of course, know that this president and this White House is not going to slow down in terms of its push to carry out the president's want to deport undocumented migrants. The White House says some 139,000 undocumented migrants have been deported since President Trump took office. And you can see behind me these yard signs, the White House says, are pictures of alleged criminals and undocumented migrants. The White House has sought to target and talk about those migrants, and not only in the media, but in their messaging on their social media accounts, as saying how these individuals are dangerous and need to be removed from American society, need to be removed from American streets. So that's part of the push to point out these locations across the country that are essentially not cooperating with the federal government in terms of their immigration push, but also to highlight what the White House calls the criminal element of these alleged criminals, I should say, of these undocumented migrants who are spread out across the country that the administration wants to focus on and apprehend and ultimately deport, Lindsay.
The Treasury Secretary says there could be some trade news on the horizon. What do you know?
Yeah, that's right. We saw Secretary Bessent speak before reporters earlier today. We, of course, know that the White House has 90 days. They put a 90-day limit essentially on these negotiations with hundreds of different nations. But Asian nations in particular have really been at the forefront of making those deals or looking to make those deals with the administration. We know that there have been conversations with Vietnam, South Korea, the Japanese as well. We know, according to the Secretary, the Treasury Secretary, that President Trump will get the final sign-off on all of these deals. And one of the things I should also mention is South Korea. Those technical conversations could perhaps take place this week. We don't yet know what country will be announced, what deal will be announced, I should say. But the White House is moving forward and pushing forward with those deals, looking to, I guess, ease the brunt, so to speak, in terms of that public polling that we've seen with that CBS News polling, I should point out, that says the president is too focused on tariffs and not focused enough on lowering prices and other priorities that Americans think he should focus on.
The Trump administration has issued a new memo for federal agencies to crack down on work from home. What's happening there?
Yeah, that's right. This was a memo sent out to federal agencies asking them to comply with an order by May 4th. Starting on May 4th, they have to start compiling individuals when they come in. Essentially, when you scan your badge, they'll start compiling that information basically day by day, week by week. And this is part of the Trump administration enforcing what they see as that return to work policy, making sure that the American people are getting their money's worth with these government employees coming into the office. The days of COVID era policies are essentially gone, according to this White House. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. The memo doesn't necessarily mention that workers will necessarily be fired, but for not showing up. But this is one of the ways that the Trump administration can track who is actually showing up to work, who is employed, and how often they come into work, Lindsay.
Willie James Inman, thank you.
We began with the Trump administration offering undocumented migrants free airline tickets and a $1,000 stipend if they self-deport. So CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joining us live outside the White House now. So Willie, how would this actually work?
Hey there, Julia. Good to be with you on this Monday afternoon. Well, the Trump administration is looking to deport migrants this way in large part because it would save the government money. That's part of the thinking here. A Department of Homeland Security official explained that it costs about $17,000 to find and apprehend a migrant who is undocumented here in the United States and deport them. So this could potentially save the government thousands of dollars per person. And the president spoke about this earlier today. Listen.
But what we thought we'd do is a self-deport, where we're going to pay each one a certain amount of money, and we're going to get them a beautiful flight back to where they came from, and they have a period of time. And if they make it, we're going to work with them so that maybe someday, with a little work, they can come back in if they're good people, if they're the kind of people that we want in our company, industrious people that could love our country. And if they're not, they won't.
Now, the way that migrants can sign up for this program is by using the CBP Home app. That is the app that was used under the Biden administration for migrants to register themselves here, so they could be, the government could have information about them and their status here in the United States. But the Trump administration is using this as a way for migrants to not only register themselves, but to self-deport as well. So the government looking to save some money here, looking to collect some information from those undocumented migrants. And I'll add that the effort to deport migrants has really been slowed by the courts. We've seen the Trump administration try to deport migrants in different ways, using the Alien Enemies Act, for instance. But this way in particular, quite a novel idea that the Trump administration is using, but one that they believe could save the government thousands of dollars per individual, Juliet.
And Willie, President Trump is meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney tomorrow. So what can we expect from that meeting?
Yeah, that's right. This is the first face-to-face meeting following the prime minister's victory in the election there in Canada. So we anticipate that the two leaders will be able to get familiar with each other. We, of course, know the former prime minister, Justin Trudeau. Him and Trump had lots of face-to-face time. This will be that first face-to-face meeting with Prime Minister Carney and President Trump here at the White House. There's no shortage of things to talk about, including trade. Remember, the United States has imposed tariffs on Canadian products like lumber, aluminum, steel. That is certainly part of the conversation there. I've been speaking with business leaders for the past several weeks leading up to this, and they're concerned about their bottom line, but they're also concerned about the relationship between these two men. Remember, the president has oftentimes talked about making Canada the 51st state. He didn't back down on those comments in an interview with NBC News over the weekend, but he said that essentially it wouldn't be a military, Canada wouldn't be taken by military force. He said he didn't think it would come to that. So perhaps still a joke there, talking about Canada being the 51st state, but still nonetheless, this important meeting between Canada and the United States happening here at the White House. The two friendly nations have been allied for quite some time. So we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that meeting. But no shortage of topics to talk about here in the Oval Office when those two leaders sit down tomorrow.
Willie James Inman. Willie, thank you so much.
Well, tonight we're digging deeper into the federal lawsuit against Colorado. In Denver over so-called sanctuary immigration laws.
As we first reported Friday, the Department of Justice claims those laws are getting in the way of federal immigration enforcement. So Denver 7's Brandon Richard breaks down those claims and how local leaders are responding.
We're just really calling on them to stand strong.
Nicole Loy with the Colorado Immigrant Rights Coalition says she wasn't surprised when the U.S. Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Colorado and Denver over their immigration laws.
This is something that we have expected since the beginning of the Trump administration.
DOJ says the laws were enacted for the sole purpose of impeding the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law and remove undocumented immigrants. It says the laws have made federal immigration enforcement harder and endangered officers, immigrants, and the public at large. The state laws prohibit state and local law enforcement from arresting or detaining someone for federal immigration authorities, ban state workers from sharing people's personal information, and keep local jails from entering into contracts with ICE.
Everyone is entitled to constitutional protections.
Nicole says her group pushed for those laws to protect immigrant families.
So I would be very concerned to see this and these laws being taken away.
And DOJ also wants the court to strike down a 2017 ordinance in Denver barring city employees from using city resources to help enforce federal immigration laws, and a 2017 mayor's executive order establishing Denver as a welcoming city.
So it's had an absolutely terrifyingly bad effect on public safety in Colorado.
Colorado Congressman Gabe Evans told me the laws have handcuffed law enforcement. Says he welcomes DOJ's lawsuit.
And so I look forward to getting a ruling that establishes whether or not Colorado has the ability to go rogue, turn its back on federal enforcement.
A spokesperson for the governor's office declined to comment on the merits of the suit, but said Colorado is not a sanctuary state. The Denver mayor's office says Denver will not be bullied or blackmailed and stands ready to defend its values. Reporting in Denver, Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
Going in depth, a Colorado sheriff is accusing the Trump administration of using intimidation tactics to pressure local law enforcement into supporting federal immigration policies. President Trump signed an executive order last week directing the Justice Department and Homeland Security to publicly name cities and counties that refuse to cooperate with ICE. In response, the National Sheriff's Association is urging local agencies to join a controversial ICE program, which allows sheriffs to carry out federal immigration enforcement. That is prohibited under Colorado state law.
And the San Miguel County Sheriff is criticizing that order, saying in a statement, it is an attempt to federalize by intimidation the San Miguel County Sheriff's Office to do the current administration's bidding on their political cause of the day. He goes on to say, I will follow Colorado law and not permit the federal government to use my office for political purposes.
In just the last hour, we have learned President Donald Trump signed an executive order that could have big implications right here in Colorado.
Fox 31's political reporter Gabrielle Franklin joining us now to explain why the spotlight from the administration is back on Denver. Gabrielle.
Yeah, ahead of his first 100 days in office, President Donald Trump is making it clear that he wants to crack down on crime and illegal immigration, potentially looking to target places like the Mile High City.
Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities.
One of the two executive orders the president is set to sign today places a spotlight on so-called sanctuary cities.
The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws.
I spend most of the day running the city, so I don't stop to track news that much during the day, but I heard nothing about it. Our team has heard nothing about it.
The White House announced the news at a press briefing Monday morning. Not long after that, we caught up with Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, who has testified on Capitol Hill on so-called sanctuary city policies. But the city has never formally taken on the title of a sanctuary city. He said the city has received no notice about the order and maintains the city is not doing anything illegal.
We see no reason for there to be funds that would be cut, for there to be lawsuits against us, for there to be changes to programming. So we're very clear, very confident what we're doing. And by the way, there is no crisis facing the city right now. As folks know, we've closed every migrant shelter in the city. We don't have folks in encampments on the streets. They are on the job, working, paying for themselves. And so we think that we've moved on to other top priorities the city's facing.
Though that list of cities and jurisdictions hasn't been made public yet, Border Czar Tom Homan says places on the list could find themselves in legal trouble.
Sanctuary cities can be sued on this administration for flouting immigration law. I mean, the law is clear, and they're violating it, and this administration will take actions.
Yeah, and just last week, a federal judge ruled that denying federal dollars to so-called sanctuary jurisdictions is unconstitutional. As for Mayor Johnston, he says that he will be watching to see what list the federal government comes up with. Of course, we will be watching as well. But for now, we're live in Denver. Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
Appreciate the update, Gabrielle. Thank you. Colorado lawmakers have moved to pass a controversial immigration rights bill.
The bill's passage coming even after Colorado and Denver face a lawsuit from the Department of Justice over so-called sanctuary city and state laws.
Yeah, Fox 31 political reporter Gabrielle Franklin joining us this afternoon with the very latest. Gabrielle.
Yeah, Christine, that bill is now headed to the governor's desk, awaiting his signature. And while it's drawing widespread support from the majority party, the minority party is now urging caution.
With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent or excused, Senate Bill 276 is repassed.
A bill that would require federal agents to obtain warrants to carry out immigration raids in sensitive places is heading to the governor's desk. Representatives passed the bill on Saturday. Senators approved changes made in the House this morning. Democratic sponsors say it's important this bill passes now, after the president made controversial remarks about due process this weekend.
If the Constitution protects us all, then we in Colorado have the opportunity with this vote today to demonstrate and affirm that the Constitution does in fact protect us all, that due process actually does extend to everyone.
Republicans, on the other hand, say the bill goes too far and worry it could put a target on the state.
It is my considered opinion, and I will be a resolute and remaining no vote on this particular bill, that in fact this bill goes beyond due process. It has in it elements where you can wipe away a prior guilty plea. There are elements in this bill that provide privilege and advantage that I do not believe are appropriate. I will remain a no vote on 276.
News came down that the federal Department of Justice was suing the state Friday as representatives debated the bill. Attorneys for the government argued that laws in Colorado and Denver interfere with and discriminate against the federal government's enforcement of immigration law. Governor Jared Polis has maintained that Colorado is not a sanctuary state. He and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston say the state and city follow all local and federal laws. But the governor did add if courts find any Colorado law is not valid, then the state will follow the ruling.
And we just heard back from the governor's office a short time ago, and while his team didn't confirm whether or not he would sign the bill, they did say that he's been working with stakeholders like law enforcement throughout the bill's process to make sure that this bill wouldn't interfere with any federal law enforcement partnerships. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on how it all plays out, but for now, we're live outside the state capitol. Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
All right, Gabrielle, thank you. Is Colorado headed for a recession?
Yeah, a new economic report is out and is giving us some brand new insight into that. Fox 31's Matt Morrow is here to break it all down for us today, Matt.
Well, Christine and Jeremy, the short answer to that question about the recession is we just don't know. The economy right now is sending a lot of mixed signals, so let's take a look at some of them. These are the good and the bad. You see the good right here. Employment and income are up. Consumption are up. Some prices are down. The labor force is growing. As for what is bad right now, for the first time in a few years, the first quarter GDP decreased. On top of that, consumer confidence slid. It's at its lowest level going back to the Great Recession back in 2008. That's when it started. The CU Boulder Leeds School of Business, along with the Secretary of State's office, put together this new report based off of data from just the first quarter of this year. They say there are a number of factors that are both good and helping and hurting Colorado's economy. Here's some of them. As for what's helping, or what they call economic tailwinds, we have the employment growth, productivity, retail growth, and sales and income growth, too. Now, as for what is hurting the economy, what they call economic headwinds, tariffs, trade, what they describe as federal realignment, and inflation. Here's what Richard Wobekin says all of this means for the economy moving forward.
So definitely, we're expecting a very slow economy for the year, or a slow national economy. Whether or not it dips down or not depends on, some of the trade impacts.
A lot of that is yet to be seen. Again, this is all data from the first quarter of this year, so through the end of March. Anything that happened last month with tariffs added or taken away is not accounted for in this report. Christine?
All right, Matt, thank you. Well, new here at 9, the federal government is now suing Colorado and Denver, and the lawsuit is connected to this video that you see here, which was first shown here on Fox 31.
That's right. You'll remember surveillance cameras capturing alleged Venezuelan gang members apparently terrorizing residents at an Aurora apartment building. And the Justice Department says that Colorado leaders and Denver's policies were to blame. Here's Matt Maher with a deeper dive tonight. Matt.
The lawsuit that was filed just a short time ago specifically targets state and city laws that limit cooperation between local and state law enforcement agencies and federal immigration authorities. The lawsuit specifically mentions this now viral video, first broadcast here on Fox 31, of armed men terrorizing an apartment complex in Aurora. These men are allegedly members of the violent Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Now take a look here. This is who the lawsuit is filed against. Besides the state of Colorado, the General Assembly, and the city of Denver, the Department of Justice specifically names Governor Jared Polis, Attorney General Phil Weiser, Mayor Mike Johnston, and Sheriff Elias Diggins. The lawsuit says, in part, at the end of last year, the nation was shocked by the images and videos of members of Tren de Aragua seizing control of apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. The fact that a foreign terrorist organization could gain such a foothold in the United States of America is unacceptable. But it is a direct byproduct of the sanctuary policies pushed by the state of Colorado and certain of its subdivisions. This is a suit to put an end to those disastrous policies and restore the supremacy of federal immigration law. City and state leaders would not go on camera and talk about the lawsuit tonight, but they did send Fox 31 a response. Mayor Mike Johnston tells us, quote, Denver will not be bullied or blackmailed, least of all by an administration that has little regard for the law and even less for the truth. We follow all laws, local, state, and federal, and stand ready to defend our values. And Governor Jared Polis tells us, quote, Colorado is not a sanctuary state. The state of Colorado works with local, state, and federal law enforcement regularly, and we value our partnerships with local, county, and federal law enforcement agencies to make Colorado safer. If the courts say that any Colorado law is not valid, then we'll follow the ruling. We are not going to comment on the merits of the lawsuit. We're still reading through the new lawsuit and getting responses from state and local leaders, see how they're responding, and get the specifics about the laws mentioned in the suit right now at KDVR.com. Matt Morrow, Fox 31.
We begin with breaking new details tonight. The White House is suing the state of Colorado and the city of Denver. The lawsuit lists Governor Polis, Attorney General Phil Weiser, Mayor Mike Johnston, and Denver Sheriff Elias Diggins as plaintiffs. It claims state and city law labeled as sanctuary policies are dangerous and hurting the administration's efforts to deport people who are here illegally. Several of the plaintiffs responded to that lawsuit tonight. The governor's office saying, quote, Colorado is not a sanctuary state. The Denver mayor's office with a strong statement saying, quote, Denver will not be bullied or blackmailed, least of all by an administration that has little regard for the law or even less for the truth. And the Colorado Attorney General's office says it is, quote, committed to defending Colorado law and has done so successfully in the past in this area. We stand ready to do so again. Just 1 hour after that lawsuit was filed, Republican Representative Jarvis Caldwell proposed an amendment to Bill 276 if the bill were to cost the state federal funding. Your political reporter Sean Boyd reported on this bill Tuesday night. It would prohibit local governments, courts, and schools from sharing certain personally identifying information like immigration status and visas with federal agents. It also prevents those agents from entering non-public areas like jails, healthcare and childcare facilities, libraries, hospitals, churches, and schools without a warrant. Violators could be fined up to $50,000. Republican lawmakers worry this bill could cost our state billions of dollars in federal funding. Just hours ago, Democrats killed the proposed amendment to repeal the bill if it does cost the state funding, and instead voted to advance the bill to the House. Federal funding makes up 20 to 40% of Colorado's state budget each year. In 2023, our state received $1.2 billion from the federal government. We were the first to tell you about this lawsuit last night at 6, and will, of course, continue to follow this story for you.
Trump sues Colorado. New lawsuit tries to overturn the state and the city of Denver's limits on using local resources for federal immigration enforcement. Colorado's public broadcasters talk about Trump's new effort to pull their taxpayer funding.
We're going to put up a hell of a fight as not just public media, but all of the constituents that we serve.
And like every Friday, we go out in search of the best things happening in the lives of our neighbors. This week, we stumbled into a whole situation.
I'm a clown in plainclothes division.
That's tonight on Next.
The Trump administration is suing Colorado and the city of Denver over immigration policy. Department of Justice filed a lawsuit today asking a judge to overturn the state and city policies that limit cooperation with federal immigration agents. The DOJ lawsuit accuses state and local leaders of improperly preempting the federal government's ability to carry out immigration enforcement. It challenges the constitutionality of several state laws that limit local law enforcement's ability to enforce federal immigration law and share information with ICE. It also takes on restrictions on ICE's ability to enter jails or interview inmates about their immigration status. The lawsuit seeks to overturn a Denver city ordinance that prohibits city employees from using city resources to assist federal immigration agents and requires ICE to get a warrant to get into city jails. The Justice Department says immigration agents are put in more danger when they have to try and detain people outside of local custody. And the Trump administration wants Republican-led counties like Douglas County to be able to do more on behalf of ICE. The city of Denver has been a particular target of the Trump administration and Republicans. Mayor Mike Johnston was referred by a member of Congress for criminal prosecution the day that he testified before a House committee. Johnston
We don't ask someone's status when we arrest them or when they come to a library. But we do collaborate with ICE to pursue violent criminals. We do that now. And if we have someone in our custody, they send us a detainer request. And what we do is we notify them when they're going to be released. Denver is unique in that we both provide services and supports the people, but we also do share information with ICE if they're looking for someone that we're releasing. So.
DOJ's filed similar lawsuits against immigration policies in Chicago, state of Illinois, Rochester, New York. Democratic Attorney General Phil Weiser's office told us they've successfully defended Colorado law in the past, and they, quote, stand ready to do so again. The city of Denver released a statement saying the city, quote, will not be bullied or blackmailed, least of all by an administration that has little regard for the law and even less for the truth. The Trump administration is hinting that it will start arresting Democratic mayors and governors over immigration policy, and prominent Republicans in Colorado are publicly thirsting for it to be Governor Jared Polis and Denver Mayor Mike Johnston.
The president signed an executive order just this week threatening to defund sanctuary cities for their policies. Why not just arrest the leaders who are harboring and shielding illegal aliens, actually terrorists, from deportation?
Wait to see what's coming.
Heidi Ganahl, the Colorado Republicans' most recent candidate for governor, posted on social media that Polis and Johnson should be first up for arrest. Ganahl remains a key figure in the Colorado Republican Party, despite her near 20-point loss to Polis in 2022. Calls to arrest or even to execute Democrats is not new from some in Colorado's Republican circles. Podcaster and political activist Joe Oltmann has been flirting with a run for governor next year. This is Oltmann in 2022 on the day that he endorsed Ganahl for governor after calling for mass executions of his political opponents. Oltmann continues to call for Colorado's leading Democrats to be arrested.
We want Polis in handcuffs. We want Jenna Griswold in handcuffs. We want Phil Weiser in handcuffs. We want the people in Colorado that are basically stealing rights and violating the Constitution in handcuffs.
Democrats in the state legislature just passed a bill to create a $4 million fund that can be used to fight the Trump administration if it tries to defund Colorado or to pay legal fees if state leaders are arrested. President Trump's latest front in his attacks on journalism is an attempt to defund PBS and National Public Radio. The president called their coverage biased and ordered a halt to all federal funding for that public broadcasting. Our Spencer Soysher looks at how local affiliates in Colorado might be impacted.
Read with Colorado Matters.
All over Colorado, you'll find public media.
Time to announce our next book pick.
Local TV and radio stations, local journalists on air.
You got to make it sound like yourselves.
Working for government-funded NPR and PBS affiliates.
Our bread and butter is music discovery.
In some communities around the state, this is pretty much the only source that they have for Colorado-based information.
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased.
President Trump issued an executive order Thursday night directing the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to stop funding NPR and PBS.org. The majority of that public funding goes on to local affiliates, like NPR affiliate KSUT in Ignacio, Colorado.
You know, we are in a news desert here in the Four Corners in southwestern Colorado. There are media outlets, but they're very far and few between.
Tammy Graham says KSUT would lose about 19% of its budget, $333,000 lost. At Colorado Public Radio, they'd lose about 7%, about $1.5 million.
The president is telling the Corporation for Public Broadcasting it cannot be used to purchase programming or support PBS or NPR.
A White House social media account says they're making the cuts because of what they call biased coverage. It listed 24 examples of what they referred to as trash that is passed as news from PBS and NPR. Things like apologizing for characterizing someone as illegal, or an interview with an author about his book about the history of cannibalism. But just 2 of those were examples from local affiliate coverage.
The reality is defunding a station that's run by your neighbors.
The 3 Colorado NPR and 2 PBS affiliates we spoke with all believed this would have a profound impact on them, that they provide a service that benefits everyone, and in some cases, can be life-altering.
Then we're right back into a commercial model where people who can afford it get it. People who don't might not.
So when emergencies are happening, we are a lifeline to a lot of our region's residents.
Ultimately, we'll see how this ends up. Both NPR and PBS say the president does not have the authority to do this. Clearly, he disagrees. The president of PBS called it a blatantly unlawful executive order issued in the middle of the night. The Center for Public Broadcasting is already suing the Trump administration over firing 3 of its 5 board members.
I have to imagine, Spencer, that they have been preparing for this to happen, and they are also experts at politely asking people for money.
And that's the key part of this. They've been waiting for when is this going to happen, not necessarily if. So they're getting ready in a sense, but they ultimately rely on donations to begin with. And in this case, they probably will have to fundraise off of the fact that they are getting a certain amount taken away from them.
Yeah, just important to mention, while the president's sniping at people on NPR national, it's local broadcasters in far-flung parts of Colorado that might be most impacted. Thank you very much. State legislators are giving up on a controversial proposal to slow down public records requests for Coloradans, a measure that would have allowed government officials to also decide who they believe is a real journalist or not, and therefore entitled to faster open records requests. Sponsors announced today they would not attempt to hold a vote on overturning Governor Polis's veto. The bipartisan group of sponsors said their bill was an attempt to address the volume of public records requests that come into public agencies and offices these days. The governor did not like this approach. He said the bill would allow the government to pick favorites and to limit transparency. Full disclosure, I also offered a commentary here explaining why I thought the bill gave government officials a dangerous amount of power over journalism. And I said that journalists should not be getting public records any more quickly than anybody else in the general public. So there are seniors in our community, low-income folks who have to do the financial dance every month. They got to pay their rent and pay for their medicine and buy their groceries. And for a lucky few, a free food box shows up on their doorstep, delivered by a nonprofit that has been serving people on the margins of our community for 65 years. This week's Word of Thanks microgiving campaign supports the work of Denver Inner City Parish, a parish, but this is a non-religious nonprofit that works in Denver and parts of Jeffco and Arapahoe County. One of their programs is delivering thousands of these food boxes out to seniors who can't get out of the house easily. They also provide a ride service, so like they'll take people to doctor's visits and such, and they have social programs so that older Coloradans who might otherwise be alone at home are able to get out and be part of a community. Their work is not controversial. It's not political. It's people helping people, but there's been a federal funding cut to that program. It's left at about $70,000 short. They do a ton of other work in other areas in our community, but they don't just want to give up on this senior program that does so much good. So they reached out to me. I'm reaching out to you. Scan the QR code on your screen or text the word thanks to 303-871-1491 to get the link to join me and a bunch of other Coloradans in giving. And there are 5,000 of you who have signed up to make a monthly donation to the Word of Thanks Fund. You put in your donation info once, we automatically split your gift among every nonprofit we feature. Quick and easy. And it means that our recent campaigns have started with more than $30,000 in your generosity.
I'm not like superstitious or anything along those lines.
No, they're not superstitious. They're not even a little stitious. No, the Denver Nuggets do realize they have to reverse some bad playoff mojo tomorrow. And we are ending this week with what is either good news or your worst nightmare. How do you feel about clowns? There's exercising, like playing basketball, and then there's exercising, like what the Nuggets need to do with their playoff demons. Where exercise meets exercise, you'll find our Marshall Zellinger.
For the Denver Nuggets to be able to raise another banner like this, the team will need a different Game 7 outcome than last year.
Pain. A lot of pain.
As PA announcer for the Nuggets, this is Kyle Speller's view of the game, win or lose, like last year's Game 7 home playoff loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I'm not like superstitious or anything along those lines, and so I mean, I'm just a creature of habits. I'm going to do the same stuff anyway.
You know, probably similar to players, right? We're going to prepare the same way and hope for a different outcome.
The seats will still have towels for fans to wave. That's not being changed. Though as vice president of marketing, Ron Chase did have a hand in altering one significant thing from last year, the uniform.
This year it'll be the Statement Edition uniform, which is the Mile High City cobalt blue one.
Okay, the uniform combinations had to be decided before the series against the Los Angeles Clippers even started, but it is different than last year's 52-80. And it turns out picking the uniform combinations has a bit of luck built into the decision.
We do take into account when we would wear them, superstition, player preferences, all that. So it is a little bit more than just they wake up and get a uniform that day.
The court that will match the uniform was still being installed Friday afternoon. When the changeover is done and Speller sits courtside with his microphone, he will channel his inner Rafiki from one of his favorite movies, The Lion King.
One of the great lines that I love that he shares is with Simba when he comes up to him with that stick and he hits him at the head, and Simba's like, "Jeez, what was that for?" And he says, "It doesn't matter. It's in the past." And that's the way I feel about Game 7 last year. It doesn't matter. It's in the past.
You were wondering where The Lion King and basketball connect, and now you know. The court was being changed for basketball because it was ice for the Colorado Avalanche yesterday when both teams played simultaneously. That's not going to happen again, right? Nope, the Nuggets play at 5:30 tomorrow, the Avs at 6 p.m. The NBA announced the game time first, so I asked the NBA and the NHL if they consider coordinating to not have both Game 7s overlap for fans in the same city. And guess what, Kyle? I got no response. What? Perhaps it's because I asked if they would have done the same thing if it were the Knicks, Rangers in New York, Celtics, Bruins in Boston, or the Lakers, Clippers, and Kings in Los Angeles.
Yeah, league office probably opened your email and they're like, Denver, where's Denver? Where's Denver? Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one tomorrow. I don't know. The two of us have criticized a lot of government overreach over the years, but man, if the state wanted to mandate that the Broncos play in their old unis and the Nuggets play in those cobalt blue ones that say Mile High City, I'd be down with it.
I like the skyline.
You like the skyline?
I like the skyline.
Oh, I like that Mile High City look. They're good. All right. Game 7s tomorrow. Marshall, thank you. Let's flip it and bring in Corey Reppenhagen. Not that anybody wants to be outside tomorrow, Corey, but apparently it's going to be nice.
Yeah, all those outdoor events, Nuggets games inside, so that's pretty good. We have the AMA Supercross going out here at Mile High. I watched them all day build these big kickers out here. Man, that's going to be a pretty spectacular event. We've got a lot of outdoor activities tomorrow, and the weather, it looks just awesome. Saturday and Sunday, for that matter. Look at these temperatures forecast across the area here on Saturday. Upper 70s here across the Front Range. 60s up here in the Summit County towns. So it's going to be a real nice day across all of Colorado. I'll show you the weather pattern here. This is that little storm system that just delivered a couple of nights of nice rain here to Denver. Now we go under this big ridge of high pressure. That's going to last 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, warm and dry. But we are watching the next storm system, which looks like it could be one of those potentially impactful spring soakers here. Late spring storm, big trough here, going to tap into that moisture and bring it to us here in Colorado on Monday and Tuesday. So we do have a weather impact alert for Monday because of some severe weather potential and some big soaking rains on Tuesday, along with some mountain and foothill snow, which could be significant. So we're watching that storm, which will come your way right after this real nice weekend.
Not only are the clowns excited and happy, but the people's, you just lighten up the entire room.
Our favorite Friday question always puts a smile on our face. Although this week, most of the faces came pre-painted with smiles. Hey, a reminder, you can watch the clowns on this program streaming each night, 6 p.m. on 9 News Plus, and next is a podcast, wherever you get those things. Apologies in advance to any coulrophobic Coloradans out there. Clowns, lots of clowns. At the Clowns of America International Convention in Colorado, where we went with our favorite Friday question.
Ladies and gentlemen from Denver, Colorado, I present to you the Clowns of America International Parade.
My good news today is that we're here in Colorado Mills Mall to celebrate our 41st consecutive convention.
It's an international clown convention. I'm part of Colorado Clowns, so I live here in Denver. So it's wonderful for us to host this convention in our own town.
And we're just coming to spread some joy and some cheer to everyone around us.
I love having them around because they make me laugh.
The good news today is that we are here with a bunch of clowns and we are clowning around at Colorado Mills Mall.
We love this, you know, we love like all our colors and all the smiles. Like if you look around, you just see like not only are the clowns excited and happy, but the people's, you just lighten up the entire room.
That's what we do. We bring joy.
And that's where clowning comes from. It doesn't come from here or here. It's the heart.
Es que voy a hacer 6 años para siempre.
What's the good news? Good news is clowns are in Denver.
It's kind of fun to get this many clowns together.
Clowns on a carousel. Never thought I'd see. Oh my. Oh, and this is for me? Oh, thank you. All right. We'll be back with your feedback next. Feedback from John, who says, all the lawsuits that are mentioned about Trump, where do the lawyers come from on the Trump side? You mean like the funding for the lawyers on the Trump side? Next time you see the funder in the mirror, John, tell him thanks. But that's how it works. Somebody sues the government. Taxpayers are going to pay for the legal defense. Jules says of my jacket tonight, Merry Christmas 1978. That's actually very good. Michael says, that reminds me of the graph paper we used in college. Another Michael says, that is the most hideous jacket I have ever seen you wear. Michael, this belonged to my late grandfather. I don't say that to make you feel bad, just to let you know I don't care what you think about it.
Yep. Who said?
Like Hinton or like whatever the fucking governor's name is.
Polish.
Yeah, Polish. Like this is just a sanctuary city thing, which is really like a fucking, I don't know, like a thought. It's not like not really like a serious thing, right? But he exploited that shit. He lied. And he's been costing the city millions, billions. Billions in housing, feeding them, moving them around, hiding them there, putting them over here. Mm-hmm. Do I think Jenkins needs to go to prison? No, not really. Jenkins just a fucking lapdog. He's just doing what he's told. Huh. Not really helping him either. But when they went to Washington, they lied. and passing an immigrant bill. Next
Mm.
thing is a plane. Next clip is a plane.
I know that's the last clip, man.
How you shut it down?
Yeah, I'm about to. I'm waiting on you to finish talking.
Oh. I forgot what I was saying.
Oh God. Alright, thank y'all for tuning in. I'm gonna end the show now. Join us on Saturday for Frontline Black News.
They're making the protection thing, Immigrant Protection Act,
Mm-hmm.
or bill or whatever. I think that should be majorly protested, or at least argued about between SBA and whatever, because that means that everybody got a protection bill, but black people.
Yeah, and I hate
And they got one quick. They didn't even have to work hard.
Mm-mm.
They didn't beg. They
That's just damn Democrats. Motherfuckers still want to keep supporting these motherfuckers. So you support the Democrats, just know that's what the fuck you're gonna get. These motherfuckers prioritizing whole illegal immigrants over your black ass. They passed a whole fucking law protecting these motherfuckers.
And we ain't got no protection.
And we still ain't got no protection.
And we were working on it, begging and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't beg for shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just told everybody they couldn't live in shelters. They couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. Give me this, give me. Our black people would basically say, we're owed this, we're demanding this, we need this.
Right, just black people FBA been saying this.
That's what I meant. Jesse. That's what I meant. Let me reword that. Apologize, fellas. FBA has been demanding, saying, and demanding exactly what they need: reparations, crime bills, et cetera. Protection bill, Amber Alert, all these things that are vital and necessary. Been working on it, putting in bills and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And create task force, do everything they fucking ask them. But everybody come on the bus and it's like, give me, and they got it. And they didn't even have to work for this. I mean, this can take like forever. This take like what, 2 years? If that, depending on when they put it in. I have guaranteed task because of the lawsuit. Trump's administration suing Colorado or Denver even. Really should just sue Denver. Yeah. Denver is the only one with the idea of a sanctuary city. So just a sanctuary city.
No voter too.
Huh?
Voter too.
Voter?
Yeah, like several cities that sound like Denver. Yeah, Lakewood. Yes.
Well, that's like what else, man? They're not said anywhere else. In fact, they all wanted.
And Polish trying to make the whole goddamn state like that. And that's why he's suing the whole state. Because the governor is supporting that shit.
I act like that. I didn't know this. I'm just barely finding out that part. That's dumb. Act like that. How long?
I don't know how you're supposed to.
I know, it's just a song. I didn't know, man. Learning something. That's fucking news to me.
Okay.
News to me, really.
Alright. Let's actually final thoughts before I end the show.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for having me. I listened to the whole show all by myself. I learned a lot, actually.
That's good.
It was a good show. It was like a long time ago.
Yeah, I did because I'm
Good
tired.
show, dude. Good show.
Not to sleep. Like some
Great
people.
show.
Alright.
Carry on. Load out. Hey, bye, Kelly.
Alright, y'all. Peace.